morning. I'm Chris Chansing here with Greg Jarrett, and there is a major incident in Lower Manhattan in the World Trade Center, which is in the Wall Street area of New York City. You are looking at live pictures. Apparently, a plane has crashed into one of the upper floors of the World Trade Center. Now, according to eyewitnesses, it appeared that the plane, and we don't know exactly what that plane is, was having some difficulty. It was being described by witnesses as listing back and forth from wingtip to wingtip, and it is difficult to tell from this perspective, but we are being told that the plane may be embedded in that upper floor of the World Trade Center.
It is just right now that we are beginning to get some details in these first pictures from the World Trade Center. Of course, the Twin Towers there, and you can see near the top floors the damage to the building and the smoke billowing from it. By the way, this is not the first time that a plane has crashed into a building in Manhattan. If I recall correctly, it was sometime during World War II that a military plane crashed into the Empire State Building, killing several people there. But this has just happened a short time ago. The World Trade Center in Manhattan, the southern tip of Manhattan, a plane has crashed into one of the two structures there and appears to be embedded therein. And remember, it is shortly before 9 o'clock East Coast time, so we suspect there would have been a great many people in the building and presumably on those top floors as well. The building's history is full of oddities, you might say, and marvelous accomplishments. But we do want to mention that World War II, and here it is, 1945, an Army Air Corps B-25 twin-engine bomber crashed into the 79th floor of the Empire State Building, and so it has now happened again some 55 years later, this time in the World Trade Center, the two tallest buildings, the Twin Towers, in the southern tip of Manhattan.
The World Trade Center, of course, a major area of business in Lower Manhattan. They are known as the Twin Towers, and this would have been a time of the morning when huge numbers of people are going to work. This is obviously largely an office building. One of the eyewitnesses said this is not a private plane, that according to at least one eyewitness who saw the plane having some difficulty, it appeared to him to be a large passenger plane. In any case, a plane has gone into the upper floors of the World Trade Center in Lower Manhattan. This is the Wall Street area of New York City.
Well, one can only imagine what has happened there, both inside the building, to the people who came to work this Tuesday morning before 9 o'clock, and a lot of people do. And not only that, but it is very crowded below on the streets in between and around the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center. Surely debris came showering down on the people below as well. We do not have any reports of injuries or deaths as yet. That should be coming to us very, very shortly. But it is a scene. It's
impossible to believe, however, just taking a look at the scene and knowing the time of day and having been down to the World Trade Center, not only would there be a tremendous number of people who worked in the World Trade Center who were already in their offices, but there are many.
Let's go to WNBC. They have an eyewitness. Let's listen in.
Which caught all of our attention. We looked up. It was making a beeline for the World Trade Center. It was very low, extremely low. Not a big plane like an airliner, but not a tiny propeller plane either. A small jet plane.
We can now see flames coming from the building. It appeared to you that the airplane was directly aimed at the World Trade Center?
It did appear that way to many of us that were here on the ground, yes.
Okay.
And when it hit, there was the big boom, a big cloud of smoke, some flames, and then mostly smoke. It just started flaming now.
Have you witnessed any people coming out of the building? Have they been able to tell you anything at this point?
No, I'm all the way up on 14th Street, so I can't see the building down below. It was only maybe a minute or two before you could hear sirens coming, so they did alert people right away, obviously, but You probably have a better fix on how many floors were damaged. It looks like quite a few floors.
Yeah, from what we're looking at, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, I would say 15 to 18 stories, and there is debris falling off that building as we speak.
You did see shattered glass raining down after it hit, and, you know, like I said, a big cloud of smoke. But you couldn't tell much more from 14th Street.
Now, we had an earlier eyewitness that told us he thought it appeared to be a 737. What you saw was a small, perhaps twin-engine airplane?
No, not a twin engine. It was a jet of medium to smallish proportions. Not a big airliner, though.
Okay. Okay, so it appeared to be a... And you heard this sound. I'm just trying to understand what happened. You heard a sound. That's what compelled you to look up into the sky.
Right, you could hear a jet coming overhead, and it sounded low, so many of us looked up to see what was, you know, because it sounded so close. We all looked up. And like I said, it didn't look like it was swerving or out of control. It was going steadily lower. It was, you know, definitely going steadily lower, but it wasn't dropping like nose first or anything that would make you think that the plane was in trouble.
Right. Which then, of course, raises the question exactly what was that airplane doing and how did this occur?
Right.
But the airplane did not appear to be in trouble to you.
I don't know enough about airplanes to know what it should look like, but it wasn't nose down or it wasn't swerving up and down or left and right. It was making a straight, steady decline towards the World Trade Center.
Mary, I'm hearing what sounds to be an awful lot of people that are either crying or sobbing or something in the background.
That's my baby wondering why I'm still standing here. But there are a lot of us who are shaking or with tears coming down our faces because it's mind-boggling to think about how many people are up there who, you know, aren't anymore.
Exactly. And Mary, again, thank you very much. I appreciate your comments with us this morning, and I'm certain it was quite a frightening sight to have watched this. Let me reiterate what we think.
We have been listening to WNBC interview an eyewitness, and this is a horrible tragedy that has struck in the early morning rush hour period of time. People just coming to work at the World Trade Center. A plane has crashed into the upper floors of one of the Twin Towers.
This is a major area of commerce in Lower Manhattan in the Wall Street area. The World Trade Center complex includes 10.5 million square feet of office space, 300,000 square feet of retail space. It would have been very active already at this time of the morning. It is now just 9 o'clock on the East Coast. There are 239 elevators, 71 escalators at the complex. This gives you an idea of the enormity of it. More than 40,000 people work there. There are more than 400 firms at the World Trade Center from more than 25 different countries. And on any given day, more than 100,000 business and leisure visitors come to the World Trade Center. Jody Richards works here at MSNBC, happens to be in Lower Manhattan right now. Good morning, Jody. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm actually downtown Jersey City on the corner of Grand Street, right on the water, looking straight at it. It's just tons of billowing smoke coming out of the top towers. You can't really see much of anything, but it really looks like the top of the building is majorly damaged. It's amazing. I've never seen anything like it. There's tons of trucks and everything downtown is just looks stopped.
Jody, if you can stand by, we want to bring in Lester Holt from here at MSNBC.
Yeah,
please stay with us. See
Lester,
what you can observe
this
for us.
is being described by witnesses, as we understand, as a twin-engine plane. Can you help us out?
Let me tell you what I know about the flight patterns in this area. Right now, you're looking out towards Staten Island from this view. Planes coming into LaGuardia sometimes come over Staten Island. They will go to the east, up the East River. Other times they will come west up the Hudson, but again will go either side of the World Trade Center. Keep in mind, though, that there is what's called VFR, visual flight rule space, beneath the Trade Center, up and down the Hudson. You'll very often see small Cessnas, small planes flying under visual rules up and down the Hudson. Now, we've heard many descriptions of this plane, a twin engine, not quite an airliner. It could, in fact, be a commuter plane. Let's listen in now as it's described from WNBC's chopper.
can you see down to the street to see what might be going on down there? Are there signs of the people that have evacuated the building? What can you tell? Can you see anything down there? Or are you simply not close enough at this point?
We are simply not close enough right at this point. We are following the smoke in the air right now. There are several boats and watercraft, as we can see, in the river right now. We'll try to get a better vantage point and see what we can see on the ground. It's a little difficult from the air because the buildings kind of shadow the streets, but no doubt a lot of activity on the ground right now.
And in terms of the firefighting capabilities, when you get up to this high level, I assume the firefighters have got to get up there and, you know, fight it from inside. Oh. If you're taking a look now, you can see that we've just had another explosion, and that is considerably lower. And is that in the other building? Is that what I'm witnessing?
That apparently does look like it is in the other building at this point.
And that looks to be lower, which means there, you know, obviously there are considerable numbers of stories above that explosion that we just saw. Perhaps we can get another look from one of our sky cams that can take a different angle. Yes, you can tell that it now appears that both buildings are suffering some kind of damage this morning. My colleague Glenn Walker has just joined me here in the studio, and Glenn, I don't know if you've received any other information, but perhaps you can again go over what we do know at this point, which is pretty much visual and what eyewitnesses have told us.
Well, I would hate to speculate, but that looks like a completely separate incident right there. I mean, this building has been the subject of terrorist attacks in the past, and I certainly wouldn't want to speculate at this time, but that is a separate explosion.
Yes, it is.
In the other building. Now, we have tried to get a hold of the Port Authority, which manages the building. We haven't been able to get an answer. We did call MTA, and the MTA says that subway service as of right now is continuing, so that's not a problem because it's obviously very below, but I imagine that will change very quickly after what we just witnessed. That was a dramatic explosion. Again, it was in the separate tower than the one to where the plane just crashed into about a half hour ago.
Yes, and again, there was no sign of any airplane close to that explosion.
No. All right, we are going to re-rack the tape and show you what happened just moments ago, and that was an explosion in the second of the Twin Towers. And we're going to watch it for ourselves.
Injuries, fatalities, what you can see is
yes. It appeared as though a second plane coming from behind crashed into the second of the World Trade Center towers. A first plane happened about 15 minutes ago, struck one of the towers in the upper floors. A horrible tragedy. And now, just moments ago, another plane has struck the Twin Towers. Of course, the target of previous terrorist attacks. That possibility leaps to the mind. Again, we are seeing the second Twin Tower, the upper levels, an enormous explosion. It appeared to us as we watched the videotape twice now that a second plane had crashed into the Twin Towers.
This World Trade Center complex, as it is known, they are twin, known as Lego-type block towers. They are 110 stories. They rise 1,377 feet into the air. They are one of the defining characteristics of the New York City skyline, seen from anywhere. And there you see the second plane in the second tower going through, and there is the explosion into the World Trade Center of New York City. This obviously, if it is some sort of terrorist attack, would not be the first. February 26th, 1993 was the day that the World Trade Center was bombed.
A violent explosion ripping through the parking garage on that day, and the sub-basement levels of the World Trade Center. Immediately it killed 6 people, and it caused extensive damage, and several basement levels resulted in a massive fire that quickly distributed thick black smoke in the upper levels of
Greg,
the complex's
let me interrupt
buildings.
you. This came from the State Department on Friday. The State Department has released a worldwide caution. Let me read it to you. Now, I'm reading this to you cold. I have not seen it before. It was just handed to me. Over the last several months, the U.S. government has learned that U.S. citizens and interests abroad may be at increased risk of a terrorist action from extremist groups. We will continue to watch this part of the story. Let's listen into the coverage on WNBC.
Do you see people that are injured? What can you...
No, I can't. I'm on the 28th floor.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's minute to my vision. I really can't see too much.
All right. Thank you very much, Arlene, and please get out of that building and seek safety.
I'm leaving right now. Thank you very much.
Okay, yeah, be safe. We have another witness, Janice Huff, on the telephone. I'm not sure if it's our Janice Huff, but she apparently was a witness to the second explosion.
You saw this? Where are you?
No. Listen, I'm watching TV right now.
Yes.
Yeah. And, you know, I can see the pictures that we have of the building, the first building, the one with the tower on the top. And as I'm watching it and you're talking, I see a plane flying behind the other tower. And I see it getting closer and closer to the building, and I'm thinking, is that a plane? And it was. And all of a sudden, I see this explosion in the other tower. So there was another plane.
So there was another plane with a second explosion.
Well, from what I am looking at on television, from the angle that I was looking.
Here's a replay right here, I believe.
When I was watching this...
And so we have been watching WNBC News' coverage. They saw the same thing we did. A second plane coming in from behind and striking directly the second of the Twin Towers. Here it is, and the explosion in a moment. One would assume that these are twin attacks on the World Trade Center by two separate planes, and immediately one would begin thinking about a terrorist attack.
Yeah, one doesn't want to speculate too much, but again, on Friday, the State Department released a worldwide caution about extremist groups, and it said American citizens may be the target of a terrorist threat from extremist groups with links to Osama bin Laden. In the past, such individuals have not distinguished between official and civilian targets. As always, we are taking this information seriously. U.S. government facilities worldwide remain at a heightened state of alert. Now, you'll remember that when the World Trade Center explosion happened back in 1993, this was linked to Osama bin Laden's terrorist network.
The World Trade Center has 7 high-rise buildings, a shopping mall, several levels of underground parking, and if this was a terrorist attack, it was timed at a moment on the East Coast shortly before 9 o'clock, where there would have been a great many people inside these two buildings. There you see the second attack, the plane coming in, exploding in the second tower. There would have been a great many people inside these two towers who no doubt lost their lives. Not to mention the debris raining down on people below, a very busy area, the southern part of Manhattan during rush hour. We do not have any reports of injuries or deaths, but surely that will be coming to us very shortly. Lester? Lester?
All right, what I want to do is take a look at that airplane in slow motion. It looks like a jet aircraft. There it is, frozen. Clearly a low-wing airplane. Looks to be a swept wing, which indicates a jet, and it looks like a sizable jet, perhaps an airliner or a commuter jet. Can we roll it just a little bit here? Okay, freeze it right there if you can. Clearly that is a swept-wing jet, which means a passenger-sized jet of some kind, which leads to all kinds of questions. Now, airplanes, airliners, are on radar. They have transponders that allow the controllers to not only see where the airplane is, the altitude, its flight number. A plane that would be flying in controlled airspace that would not be responding to controllers would be a source of concern, but frankly, there's nothing they can do about it. They could violate the pilot, they could fine him, all those sorts of things, but a determined pilot willing to do something, there is nothing they can do about it. Can we zoom in on the airplane now, digitally? Let's see if we can get a little closer look. But this clearly looks like, and I'm just from this angle, a 737, perhaps an A319 size airplane that looks very much like either a 737 or an A320, a plane that would carry over 100 passengers. Now, from the direction it's coming, we know Newark Airport is just about 10 miles from the west of this. LaGuardia is another 10 or 12 miles to the east, but this plane is coming east across the Hudson River as it makes its approach. That is clearly, from the indications I'm looking at, is a small jet, small airliner-sized jet. Looks to me either an A320 or a 737 size airplane. Unable to, of course, make out any markings, an airline or that, but again, there is nothing controllers could do if a Maverick pilot decided to leave his flight plan, decided to leave his course, and make a suicide plunge like we have witnessed here. We don't know. Witnesses who saw the initial hit of the airplane said it was also a twin-engine airplane. Some discrepancies as to the size. Some believe it was a small commuter-sized plane. This plane you're looking at is the one we saw hit the second tower a short time ago. And from every indication in this shot that we have pushed in on digitally here, it is clearly, you see the upward swing of the wings. It's a swept wing, a jet design. Two large, look like high bypass engines underneath, and there on the left of your screen, the explosion as that plane pierced the World Trade Center. We're going to show it to you again now and let you have another look at that attack that occurred just a few minutes ago. This is the frozen picture as a plane at this point is now coming, judging from the angle we saw from over the West Side Highway over the Hudson River from New Jersey. There it is. And that was a plane moving quickly, and it appeared to be on a course. It didn't appear to be a plane out of control, but one that was aiming towards the World Trade Center, and there is the huge plume of smoke. You've got to know that air traffic controllers right now are scratching their heads trying to figure out where this plane came from, if it was one that they were controlling and suddenly went Maverick on them, one that came in from somewhere beneath their radar. As I mentioned earlier, there is what's called VFR traffic up and down the Hudson River. These are usually smaller planes who are just looking out for other airplanes, not under positive control, but the big jets are always under control. Greg?
Yeah, Lester, we are now just getting word from the Associated Press, an urgent wire, that the FBI is now investigating a hijacking. Also, this from an employee of United Airlines. He says he is hearing from the United Command Center that an American Airlines plane, a 757 Airbus, was hijacked and crashed purposely into the Trade Center. A second plane was then flown into the second tower, which we have been looking at on video replay. There you see the ISO, and now the explosion, the second tower, and that happened just minutes ago. I want to repeat again. The FBI, according to the Associated Press, is investigating a hijacking. We now are getting information from an employee of United that he is hearing the command center at United is investigating an American Airlines plane, a 757 Airbus, hijacked and crashed into the Trade Center. Chris?
The White House tells us, by the way, that President George W. Bush is aware of the disaster in New York City. We have not gotten any reaction yet from him or further details. But let's head over to Lester now for more information. Lester?
Greg, I just wanted to clear up. You said 757 Airbus. That would be two different types. The Boeing makes the 757. Airbus makes the A320, A319. Very similar looking airplanes, both twin engine, both consistent with that picture we saw there a moment ago. United Airlines operates both the 757 and the A319, A320 jets. It is impossible from that angle to say, but clearly that is a twin engine jet consistent with a commercial airliner, the type that that United Airlines operates. But again, 757 is Boeing. Airbus makes the 319 and 20.
Lester, let me ask you this question because I'm just getting messaged from one of our employees here at MSNBC whose husband, and we hope to get him on the phone, saw this. He said it looked to him like it was a 737. Are those things that could be easily
It's so
mistaken?
difficult from the angle. The 737, there's many models. It's a little shorter than the 757, but from the angle we're looking at, it's virtually impossible to tell. My guess is what we saw there was an A320. That's just my guess. But Chris, the bottom
in any
line,
case,
if that
we're
was
talking about a major commercial
commercial airplane, any one of those could hold a minimum of 120, 130 passengers. The 757 can hold in some configurations as many as 160 airplanes. This is a tragedy any way you spell it.
Yes, and it is unclear from the information we're getting from the employee of United whether or not the hijacking occurred with passengers on board or whether the plane was simply hijacked with pilots, or maybe it was empty when it was hijacked. Unclear, but the command center at United indicating through an employee that they're suspecting a hijacked American Airlines plane. And again, we don't know what kind it is, but Lester, you've been eyeballing it, crashed purposefully into the trade center. And we know that American Airlines operates a new operator of 737-800 aircraft, one of the newer versions. And again, that's consistent with the angle we saw there of the same type of airplane. Again, this is, I don't know what flight pattern they were using today, but up and down the Hudson is a frequent flight path for planes coming to LaGuardia Airport.
All right, let's take a look again, because first we saw there was an explosion in the first tower of the Twin Towers. This is the second one. You can see the plane highlighted now. It goes behind the second tower, and then you see obviously it crashes in, and there is a large explosion that happens in the second tower of the World Trade Center complex. These are twin block towers, both 110 stories. 1,377 feet high. NBC's Jim Miklaszewski is at the Pentagon for us right now. And Mick, what have you been able to learn? Are we waiting for Mick to get hooked up? All right, we're going to wait for Mick to get hooked up, and while he is, let me tell you once again that on Friday, the State Department released a worldwide caution, which read in part, over the last several months, the U.S. government has learned that U.S. citizens and interests abroad may be at increased risk of a terrorist action from extremist groups. In addition, we have received unconfirmed information that terrorist actions may be taken against U.S. military facilities or establishments requested by U.S. military personnel. However, it went on to say that in the past, groups like that led by terrorist Osama bin Laden have not distinguished between official and civilian targets. As always, according to the State Department, we are taking this information seriously. U.S. government facilities worldwide remain at a heightened state of alert. And we heard from an employee of United that an American Airlines plane, we're not exactly sure what the model of it is, but a large passenger plane, and we could see it as the second one went into the tower, was hijacked and crashed purposely into the World Trade Center. A second plane then flew into the second tower.
In Washington, officials have indicated the FBI is investigating reports of a plane hijacking before the crashes. That would appear to dovetail with the information we are getting from a United employee that perhaps an American Airlines jet had been hijacked. No immediate reports of injuries or fatalities in the twin disasters. It happened before 9 a.m., but surely there are.
Joe Cantamesa joins us on the phone. He's been a guest with us many times before, but he is former lead investigator for the World Trade Center bombing back in 1993. Joe, let me get your reaction, your observations to what's happening right now in Lower Manhattan.
Well, clearly this is a tragedy, but more than a tragedy, this is an outrageous crime that will clearly be examined and worked like no other in history.
What is your first impression? Should we put anything into this worldwide caution that was released by the State Department on Friday that named Osama bin Laden?
Well, I think absolutely. I mean, this is such a high-level attack at this point. I think only serious resources could have really brought about some kind of a criminal act of this type. And the questions that will be asked immediately in the investigation that will follow will certainly be who knew about it, where was it planned from, and of course, what is the investigative course of action?
What will be the first places, in addition to Osama bin Laden, that investigators are likely to look, Joe?
Well, clearly, every possible source from every terrorist group is going to be closely examined and is probably happening as we speak. The question is, what bit of information has been overlooked, if any, and what new information can be picked up in a timely fashion so we can act on this, without any hesitation.
When the World Trade Center bombing happened, remind us, Joe, did we learn that there had been signs, had there been warnings, or did it come out of nowhere?
There were small signs, but nothing that came together because, if you might recall, the actual domestic terrorism threat was thought to be so low that even resources were being reallocated away from terrorism. That, of course, spooled things up, and the investigation and the people, were added to it. This has, however, been now at a time where heightened security and heightened awareness has been throughout the world, and the questions are going to be what information and what investigative agencies have any information, and what else may be about to happen is really what concerns me the most.
Where do you even begin to start with an investigation like this, and secondarily concern about other attacks?
Well, the very first thing that's going to be taking place, and I'm sure it's happening as we speak, is the FBI and all of the intelligence agencies are going to absolutely open up their communications lines and determine what, if any, information is shareable and who knows what about anything going on around the world. If you recall, after the World Trade Center bombing, there was the follow-up case of the Blind Sheikh and his crew that was going to have multiple targets, the bridges, tunnels, and buildings, while the World Trade Center may in fact be a significant symbol within the New York City and the world community. There are many, many other vulnerable targets that stand at risk at this point, and they have to determine in the shortest amount of time what other credible risks, if any, are out there, so precautionary measures or investigative intervention can take place.
Let me interrupt for just a moment to give you a couple of updates on the situation. A senior government official has said that the agency, the FBI, is pursuing reports that one or both of the planes were hijacked and the crash is the result of a suicide mission. That comes on the heels of last Friday's warning from the State Department about possible terrorist attacks and in specific reference to Osama bin Laden. Now we are also learning that through WNBC that airports and the Lincoln Tunnel have been closed. It says airports plural. I don't know if that means all three of the New York City airports. I would presume it does. That would be Newark, LaGuardia, and JFK Airport. The Lincoln Tunnel, which extends from New Jersey to Manhattan, is closed. President Bush appears to have canceled his event. And let me just get in here for a second. Yes, he will be making a statement shortly and then depart for Washington, D.C. from Florida, where he was down there speaking about his education plan. So the president has quickly canceled his event. He will make a statement shortly. We'll carry it live. He'll then make his way to Washington, D.C. In the meantime, all of the New York City airports have been shut down. The Lincoln Tunnel has been closed in the aftermath of what happened in the last half hour, and that is two planes that appear to have crashed deliberately into the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center. A horrible tragedy.
We have standing by on the phone Joe Cantamesa, former lead investigator for the attack on the World Trade Center in 1993. Joe, if you'd continue to stand by, but just to set this up for people who are just joining us, let's go back over to Lester Holt to explain exactly what unfolded just a short time ago. Lester?
When we went on the air at 9 o'clock, one tower was already burning, and then after a few minutes, while we were all watching live, another airplane appeared in the picture. Let's punch up, if we can, that shot, and I'll give you an idea of exactly what happened here. This is the other airplane. I'm going to telestrate here. Can we punch that up full? Okay, we're going to try and get it up here in a second. But and there it. Okay, we're rewinding. But it was a airliner. There it is. That one right there flies directly into the other tower that had previously been untouched, right through the tower. The airplane, if we can go back to that frozen shot, is clearly a commercial airliner of some sort. It has all the telltale marks of a commercial airliner, a swept wing, two big engines slung underneath. It is very difficult to tell what kind of airplane that is, but clearly the big high bypass, those big fat engines under each wing, that is a commercial airliner. NBC's Andrea Mitchell, our chief foreign affairs correspondent, joins us now from Washington with more information. Andrea, what do you have?
Lester, I've just talked to a top U.S. official who tells me that their early reports are that at least one of those planes was a hijacked American Airlines plane en route from Boston to Los Angeles. That's one of the two planes. This same official says that there was no terror alert other than the usual worldwide caution. They had no warnings on bin Laden or other types of terror alerts coming into our intelligence community. But a senior U.S. official says that their early reports, and we should caution that early reports in these kinds of incidents are often incorrect, but this early report coming to a top U.S. official is that at least one of the two planes was a hijacked American Airlines plane en route from Boston to Los Angeles. Lester?
We should say American Airlines operates 737s and 757s, both of which might seem similar to what we see there. Andrea, tell us, there's got to be a game plan of the U.S. government for something of this magnitude. What is kicking into the works right now as we speak?
Primarily the FBI. This is the kind of operation that would be immediate response from the FBI. Now, you know, after the World Trade Center bombing some years ago, that New York created, to some criticism in fact, but Mayor Giuliani created an emergency response center and spent a great deal of money. There is an emergency center in New York City. There have been drills. Now, many cities in the country, including New York, have not passed all of their drills, but there have been emergency response teams recently reorganized within the past year to try to centralize the emergency response mechanism so that it is not as diffuse. There were so many different agencies that would respond to the possibility of bioterror, to any kind of chemical alert. So what they discovered is that the big effort by the Clinton administration to respond to these kinds of things was not up to snuff according to preliminary reviews by the new administration, and they were trying to streamline that approach. In fact, one of the top officials in charge of anti-terror responses domestically was moved sort of sidelined, and a new team within the NSC was being created.
And one of the things we should point out is that America is virtually defenseless to a Maverick or a hijacked airplane. We still have primarily Air National Guard units, air defense units based on the coasts of the United States to look for intruders, drug intruders, bombers, other airplanes that may try to penetrate U.S. airspace, but they are not geared up to deal with a threat that may come from within U.S. airspace, which may be the case here. And even if they were aware of it, if these planes were in fact carrying passengers, as that report would indicate, they would be defenseless to do anything about it. We have looked at this shot over and over again, and this plane appears to be under complete control and aimed directly at the Trade Center. Let's put up that shot again now, if we can give you a better idea of the airplane that we saw. This was the second attack, and here it is, clearly guiding directly clearly guiding directly into that tower. These are planes that have two cockpit members usually, the captain and the first officer. The cockpits are locked. We all know about metal detectors and all that sort of thing, but if someone poses a threat, you know, presents a weapon, threatens a weapon, who knows what could happen on an airplane here. And the question is, you look at this and you wonder who could possibly fly an airplane directly into a building, even a cockpit member under some sort of duress. You wonder how difficult it would be to aim a plane directly, and there it is. And I want to point out what we were seeing here that made it clear to us that this was a airliner. There's two engines there. See the engine slung beneath the wings? That is a typical layout of a commercial jetliner, and there the wings sweep back there. I've kind of messed up the picture. President Bush is speaking. Let's listen.
Education. I do want to thank the folks here at Booker Elementary School for their hospitality. Today we've had a national tragedy. Two airplanes have crashed into the World Trade Center in an apparent terrorist attack on our country. I have spoken to the Vice President, to the Governor of New York, to the Director of the FBI, and have ordered that the full resources of the federal government go to help the victims and their families, and to conduct a full-scale investigation to hunt down and to find those folks who committed this act. Terrorism against our nation will not stand. And now, if you join me in a moment of silence. May God bless the victims, their families, and America. Thank you very much.
And the indication we are getting is that the president will get on a plane and head immediately to Washington, D.C., his events canceled. In case you're just now joining us, planes crashed into the upper floors of both World Trade Center towers minutes apart just a short time ago. A horrific scene of explosions and fires that have left gaping holes in the 110-story buildings.
Joe Cantamesa is the former lead investigator for the attack on the World Trade Center back in 1993, and now we are hearing confirmation, Joe. It's coming, I'm sure, as no surprise to you from President George W. Bush that this is an apparent terrorist attack.
Well, as he points out, it is. I think right now everyone's a little subdued. They want to get their resources into full swing right now. Again, as I mentioned earlier, to identify any other immediate and potential threats. I think probably the best news that I heard is they have actually locked down part of the city, closed the tunnels, and suspended traffic. I mean, what happens you know, in the time that immediately follows this terrible tragedy is going to be pretty critical to the investigation and how things unfold.
Are there any number of organizations out there with the scope, Joe, to pull off this type of attack?
If it was a single incident, I would say there probably are half a dozen that might have the resources or the drive to accomplish an act of this type. To see multiples closely coordinated, I think that probably limits us to one or two highly probable sources of that information, and I don't think there's going to be any surprise as this investigation unfolds.
And obviously one of those would be the terrorist network of Osama bin Laden. What can you tell us about it?
Well, clearly he is the most aggressive, best funded, and probably best organized of all of the groups around the globe. And his interest, focus, and rhetoric has clearly, you know, supported this particular type of an act. And I would say that that is more likely than not where we're going to wind up investigatively.
And for our viewers who are unfamiliar with Osama bin Laden, he is one of the CIA's most wanted men, a hero for many young people in the Arab world, but he has been indicted for the deaths of more than 200 people. He's been called the most serious threat to U.S. national security. He appears as though he is always poised to strike again. Immensely wealthy man and a very private man. He has been granted a safe haven by Afghanistan's ruling Taliban movement. And during his time in hiding, he has called for a holy war against the United States, and specifically for the killing of Americans and Jews. He is reported to be able to rally anywhere in the neighborhood of 3,000 fighters for his terrorist cause. He is suspected of helping set up an Islamic training center, in fact several of them, to prepare soldiers to fight in all parts of the world, in particular against the United States.
Joe, what can you add to that description of Osama bin Laden?
I think that's a pretty clear and very accurate. While he is, again, organized, he's been very good at being elusive. He has great protection, and money can buy a lot of protections. However, I think we're going to see some unprecedented resources put forth now to determine if, in fact, he is responsible and whatever else may be on the agenda.
And where are the other countries, what other governments are likely to be able to provide us the most significant help if it turns out that this may have been a terrorist act by Osama bin Laden?
There are several, and I really wouldn't care to get over the details that I might be familiar with for fear that I might violate something that I would not care to. There are, just suffice it to say that the Western world has been all working actively to identify and locate him, as well as identify the components of his organization.
He is very elusive, moving from mud huts and tent cities and caves at least 3 times a week, taking other precautions. The U.S. Tried at one point in time with satellite surveillance to launch an attack on one of his camps, hoping he was there. It turned out he was not. Joining us now on the telephone is Mary Schiavo, who is the former Inspector General of the FAA and NTSB, excuse me, and an MSNBC analyst, aviation analyst. Mary, I want to play the videotape once again for our new viewers who are just now joining us of what appears to be a swept-wing plane, a commercial jet, flying into the second tower, striking it, and there you see the massive explosion, a horrific scene there. What are your thoughts?
Well, aside from the horror and sadness and shock, my thoughts are also one of extreme outrage for a couple of reasons. One, we have placed so much of our security and our prevention measures for terrorist attacks on aviation in this country on what we call risk and threat assessments, which are performed by the FBI. And I worked in aviation security, very vigorously for years, and we always went back to the FBI threat assessments, which said that the risk of domestically staged aviation terrorism was very low. And for that reason, we did not put the resources into the kinds of security measures we are really capable of doing in our aviation. And this proves that over the past several years, that was a very complacent attitude, and it was wrong. And this is literally going to change everything about how we do aviation. We now have horrible, horrible, tragic evidence that it is possible to stage perhaps the worst act of aviation terrorism ever in the United States on domestic soil, on a domestic flight.
And Mary, I mean, how is it possible within minutes that two planes could be hijacked, and that is apparently what the FBI is very seriously looking at, and we are getting reports that an American Airlines plane may have been one of them hijacked. How is that possible?
It's possible because we place a lot of our security on these risk assessments, and the risk assessments have said it's not possible to do it in this country. So what we do is we tolerate pretty much rather open coming and going at our airports and with our aviation on the trust that we don't think it will happen here. And that has been a terrible shortcoming, which many people have criticized for the past several years. And the way it happens is we allow it to happen, quite frankly. And this is so outrageous, particularly if the reports of a warning are true. This has absolutely shades of the Pan Am 103 tragedy, where there were warnings. Many people discounted them, but at least the embassy personnel got warnings for that one.
Let me interrupt you, if I may, and please stand by. We're going to join WNBC's coverage right now as we see the thick brown and black smoke billowing from the Twin Towers.
A few moments ago, like there was an explosion of some kind here at the Pentagon. We're on the E-ring of the Pentagon. We have a window that faces out toward the Potomac, toward the Kennedy Center. We haven't been able to see or hear anything after the initial blast. I just stepped out in the hallway. Security guards were herding people out of the building, and I saw just a moment ago as I looked outside, a number of construction workers who have been working here have taken flight. They're running as far away from the building as they can right now. I hear no sirens going off in the building. I see no smoke, but the building shook for just a couple of seconds. The windows rattled, and security personnel are doing what they can momentarily to clear this part of the building. Again, I have no idea whether it was part of the construction work, whether it was an accident, or what is going on. We're going to try to find those details and get them to you as soon as possible. But interestingly enough, one intelligence official here in the building said when he saw what appeared to be the coordinated attack on the World Trade Center, his advice was to stay away from the outside of the building today, just in case. Now again, nobody has any indications of exactly what happened, but it appears that there has been some kind of, it felt like a small blast of some kind. Again, the windows shook, the building shook, the windows rattled, and people, if I'm looking out the window now, and the construction workers are still keeping a good, oh, I'm sorry. The construction workers are still keeping a distance. That's all I can see. And I see no other extracurricular security activity right outside. But to get more information, I'm going to have to break away and walk down the hallway and see what it is exactly that happened here just a few moments ago.
Mick, see what you can find out. Please be careful and let us know what's going on.
What appears to have been a twin terrorist attack on the World Trade Center, 2 planes minutes apart, deliberately crashing into the upper floors of the World Trade Center on the southern tip of Manhattan. The New York Stock Exchange is closed. All airports in New York are closed. The Lincoln Tunnel is closed. The Situation Room is now the focus of attention in the nation's capital. The president on his way back from Florida to Washington. Condoleezza Rice, National Security Advisor, and other top officials now heading to the Situation Room at the White House. Chris?
President George W. Bush was in Sarasota, Florida. He was reading to children in a classroom when he was whispered into his ear by his chief of staff, Andrew Card, about what had happened at the World Trade Center. A short time later, he appeared on national television calling this an apparent terrorist attack. Now, these are the pictures right now outside of the Pentagon.
According to one U.S. Army
Let's listen to Jim Miklashevsky, our Pentagon correspondent.
At a full trot. He said that it appears that a bomb was detonated at the heliport. The heliport is a helicopter landing area right next to the Pentagon, just adjacent to the E-ring. The offices nearest the heliport area our U.S. Army Reserve officers and the Army Reserve our offices are located there. But as you can see, it appears to be a pretty significant blast. To give you some perspective, we are almost on the opposite side of the building, the world's largest office building. And as I reported to you, we could feel the building shake and the windows rattle. And as I was in the hallway just a few moments ago, I could smell an acrid kind of smoke, the kind of almost what you'd smell when a fluorescent light goes bad, that kind of ballast smell. And authorities are clearing the building. I don't know if you can hear the sirens outside right now, but it appears that in what I think people here in the building are already describing as a highly sophisticated, coordinated attack, not only against the World Trade Center, but against the Pentagon and U.S. military right here in Washington.
Tell me again, I worked at the Pentagon as well, and it is a huge building. I mean, it's miles and miles of offices. At what location did this seem to have detonated? It's at the
heliport. The heliport, which is as you sit in the Pentagon, you have the Potomac River and Washington, D.C. on one side, and the heliport is located almost exactly on the opposite side of the building, along one of the highways. Easily accessible, even though that they've increased security here significantly at the Pentagon within the past couple of years. That area...
I want to mention to you, Mick, that we are hearing, again, unconfirmed reports that this was the result of a plane crashing in the area as well.
I have no idea, Katie. All I know is that people who were in the building who came running from that part of the building thought it was a bomb of some kind.
This is in Sarasota, Florida. President George W. Bush about to board Air Force One, heading back very quickly to Washington, canceling all of his events there, and he will be heading over to the Situation Room with top officials, including National Security Advisor Condoleezza Rice. There you can see people hurrying back up into Air Force One.
And we are reading on the Associated Press wires that the West Wing of the White House has now been evacuated. The West Wing of the White House. Let's go back and listen to the continuing description at the Pentagon by Jim Miklashevsky.
Evacuated from the Pentagon?
Well, nobody's given us the official word yet, but I think that's probably a safe bet. Thank goodness that was a helicopter that just flew by. I'm just a little nervous right now when you hear aircraft go past, but they have, in fact, evacuated that portion of the building. Usually they have sirens that go off in the building alerting you to the fact that it's time to get out. I haven't heard those yet, but just judging by the pictures, it's clear that that part of the building that is not damaged, at least, has been evacuated. Like I said, In the hallway, it was pandemonium. People were rushing from the outside.
And you're in your office at the Pentagon right now, Mick, reporting to us?
I am in the office, but this
plane crashes into the World Trade Center, the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center in New York City, and then just a short time ago, an Associated Press reporter saw the tail end of a large airliner plunge into the Pentagon. Smoke is billowing out of the Pentagon, and now the West Wing of the White House and the Capitol are being evacuated.
We are also getting word that one of the two planes that crashed into the World Trade Center was hijacked after takeoff from Boston. This according to a U.S. official, and he cited as evidence of that a transmission from the hijacked plane, one of the two planes that crashed into the World Trade Center shortly before rush hour, or during rush hour this morning, shortly before 9 o'clock. On the southern tip of Manhattan, the World Trade Center, which, as you see there on the right-hand side of your screen, still continues to burn, thick black smoke billowing up above. We saw, in fact, live on television, the second plane crash into the World Trade Center second tower.
We have former Governor Mario Cuomo from New York on the phone. If you could hold on for 1 second, Governor, we are just getting word from the FAA that all planes across the United States have been grounded. The Federal Aviation Administration is grounding all planes across the United States in the wake of terrorist attacks, apparent terrorist attacks, and continuing terrorist threats. In addition, the White House and the Capitol in Washington, D.C. have been evacuated. And you can see the picture now, the World Trade Center, the Twin Towers in Lower Manhattan, both apparently the subject of terrorist attacks. Separate planes flying in to those towers less than an hour ago, and a third plane flying into the Pentagon just minutes ago. That you can also see to the left of your screen, smoke billowing. Again, former Governor Mario Cuomo of New York is on the phone with us. Governor, thank you so much for being with us. Let me just get your reaction at this point.
Same as every other American, it's a terrible act of barbaric terrorism. It's frightening in many ways, recalling the previous attack on the World Trade Center. One of the immediate problem, obviously, is to put out the fire, literally. Try to deter any other acts of terrorism that are planned for about this time. Do what is necessary immediately, but longer range. The difficulty here is probably this is more difficult to deal with, this kind of terrorism, than any act of any nation which might be alien to you and drop a bomb on you, because you can fight a nation. This won't be national. This will be individuals. Maybe they'll never even be identified as associated with any nation, and therefore it's harder to deal with. Also, I would hope that at one point, at least we discover from the terrorists what their grievance is, because you can't have enough FBIs and enough police and enough National Guards to defend yourself against these attacks. It's impossible. What you have to do is deter the hate, deter the provocation, find out what the cause is, and attempt to deal with that. But unless the terrorists identify at least the cause they're seeking to serve, this will be tremendously difficult, if not impossible, to deal with. Unless we know why they're doing it, we will not be able to prevent it.
We are just hearing, Governor, that the Pentagon, in addition, has been evacuated, so we add that to the list of evacuations, the White House and the Capitol building.
See, the dimensions are already enormous, and they may grow worse, but the problem will not change. The problem is these are terrorists driven by hate and perhaps even a speculation, a religious ardor that says they can save their souls by doing this. You cannot protect yourself perfectly against them. And so we must ascertain what the cause is. What is it that's driving them to do it? And can the cause be dealt with? Probably this will be a greater challenge to our intelligence and our ability to be diplomatic and intelligent about negotiation than it is a challenge to our strength as a military power.
The FAA is telling us that the planes that are already in the air will continue to their destinations, but all other planes in airspace above the United States have been grounded. Governor Cuomo, I understand that your successor, George Pataki, is in New York City right now. There are a number of state offices, aren't there, Governor, in the Twin Towers?
My office, and I think the governor moved his office out of the World Trade Center, Governor Pataki, but my office was there, and I think there are still some other offices there, but not as many as there were when I was governor.
Air Force One is now leaving Sarasota, Florida, on its way back to Washington, D.C., but let me just read directly the bulletin from Associated Press. The White House was evacuated today after the Secret Service received credible threat of a terrorist act against the presidential mansion and residence. It has been evacuated. The Pentagon struck, apparently according to one eyewitness, a reporter, by a plane. A large plane is now burning. It has been evacuated. 2 planes deliberately struck, it appears, the World Trade Center, which still burns at this hour. New York City has essentially been shut down. The Lincoln Tunnel is closed. All New York airports are closed. And now, of course, all plane flight in the United States has been stopped. Those in the air will continue to their destinations.
We continue on the phone with former New York Governor Mario Cuomo, who was governor at the time of the previous attack on the World Trade Center, the bombing back in 1993. If you can hold on for just 1 second, we want to listen in, Governor, to Jim Miklaszewski, who is reporting from the area of the Pentagon. The Pentagon, again, has been evacuated.
The second floor buckled upward, and then the 3rd floor above him actually collapsed downward. The scene on the other side of the building, as it's being described to us, there are people being removed on stretchers. Security forces are evacuating the building right now. And according to the officials here at the Pentagon, they still don't know exactly what it was, but as you reported, Katie, eyewitnesses reported that, in fact, it was a plane that crashed into the Pentagon.
And Mick, any idea, I wasn't quite sure if you said this, about the number of people who might have been hurt or worse in this?
No idea at all, Katie. As you know, having worked here on any given day, this is a small city, 25 to 30,000 people may be working here at any one time. That portion of the Pentagon, by the way, had just been remodeled and just reopened. If the crash had occurred just a few months ago, that section of the Pentagon would have been virtually empty. But at this time of day, early morning or mid-morning, the Pentagon's very busy. It's impossible to say how many casualties there may be. But there have been a large number of people cited being removed on stretchers. And again, as one survivor said, the floor just buckled up under him and the roof caved in on him.
All right, Mick, thank you very much. We want to move a couple of miles away from you right now to the White House, where Bob Kerr is standing by. And Bob, we understand that building has now been evacuated.
Let me just read, while we're listening to Jim Miklaszewski, another eyewitness, Paul Begala, Democratic consultant, was near the Pentagon, and he said this, is to quote, it was a huge fireball, a huge orange fireball at the Pentagon. Another witness told him a helicopter had exploded, but the best information we're getting is from an Associated reporter who said, quote, I saw the tail of a large airliner. It plowed right into the Pentagon. There is billowing black smoke. And of course, there you see it on the television screen. Meantime, the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center continue to burn at this hour. Ambulances dispatched to the scene, firefighters, people are being treated in nearby hospitals. Let's look again at the videotape. As we were watching the first tower burn, here is the second plane, and there is the explosion into the second tower of the World Trade Center. A horrible scene of devastation and fire. Eyewitnesses on the ground, and it was rush hour, describing pandemonium, panic, people unwilling to go out into the streets because so much debris and fire showering down on the streets below.
Governor Mario Cuomo, do you remain on the phone with us? We no longer have Governor Mario Cuomo on the phone, but we do have Ashley Banfield, of course, here at MSNBC and anchor here. Ashley, are you still in Manhattan?
I'm in Manhattan, Chris, and I'm just walking southward towards the World Trade Center. It's just an incredible sight. The streets of Manhattan are chock full of people who are stopped exactly where they were in the middle of their commute, standing, gaping, and looking at this sight. It is unbelievable. Emergency vehicles all throughout Manhattan, not only Midtown, but down near Chelsea now, where I am, have been streaming by us at every couple of seconds and intervals. Ambulances are heading by me now. A lot of the vehicles are also unmarked, looking like FBI vehicles heading towards the World Trade Center as well. Not only that, but we stopped by one of the hospitals, St. Vincent, which has been cordoned off. I can only guess possibly waiting for victims to be brought northward up 7th Avenue. The traffic has also all been stopped heading south down 7th Avenue. I haven't had a chance to see any of the other north-south thoroughfares, but I'm assuming that they are also tracked. We were down in the subway trying to at least take the subway to get downtown to the Wall Street area and World Trade Center area, and the subway announcer came over the loudspeaker saying, due to a police investigation, that subway traffic will be stopped between a certain area, so most of the people in the subway weren't able to get downtown either. It's really quite bizarre. Passing through Times Square, hundreds of people are gathered, staring up at the television screens in Times Square and listening to what's going on and listening to the coverage, watching the pictures. A woman walked by me just a few
Ashley,
seconds
can
ago
you hold
crying.
on 1 second? We'll let you catch your breath. We want to go to Walter Perez of WNBC.
First, Marna Ringel. And Marna, you work across the street. Tell me exactly what you saw on the street, and as you looked up, what you saw, because you said you saw the second one. Am I correct?
No, I didn't see the second one. I actually was coming out of the building, and there was maybe about 30 or 40 people at the bottom of One World Financial covered in blood. I did not expect that at all, and I work for Lehman in One right here, and a gentleman that I work with was on the telephone. He said, "What was that?" I said, he thought it was thunder. I looked over, screamed, "It's a bomb," because I saw a piece of the building flow down, and I think I scared my entire floor because I can scream pretty loud, and it was pretty bad.
Now, you mentioned that you saw people on the road outside of the building. Explain that scene.
I saw there's maybe about 30 or 40 people covered with bandages and blood. It looks like a lot of them were either on the floor of one of the exchanges. There's actually, oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God!
We're not sure exactly what happened, but there was another explosion on the far side of one of the buildings from where we're standing. The reverberation, and another explosion on the right-hand side. Another building has gone up on the right-hand side of the road. People are now running down the street. We're not sure if that was another explosion or if that was advanced debris. Joining me also is Jim Plant. Jim, you're also a witness of what happened. Tell me exactly what you saw from your vantage point across the street.
I was just across Liberty and West here, and I saw the second plane hit the Tower 2. It looked like a 737. It hit a glancing blow, it didn't hit it direct. I don't know where the rest of the plane went, but it went in, fireball came out, and it hit lower than the first plane, which hit the upper floors.
Jim, thank you very much. At this point, as you can tell,
There has been a third explosion in the area of the World Trade Center. There was first one plane that hit one of the Twin Towers, a second plane, each about 1 hour ago, and now a third explosion. Ashley Banfield is in Manhattan. Ashley, did you see or hear anything just moments ago?
Oh my God, Chris, this is incredible. I'm looking right at it.
What are you seeing, Ashley?
Well, I saw the explosion for one.
Did you feel it?
Everybody, I can smell it. Everyone around screamed at the time that it happened. It's just unbelievable. I can't see that it's another building. It looks almost in the same position as the second bomb or the second explosion. But it's unbelievable.
What's the scene around you? What are people doing?
Most people, as I said earlier, are absolutely aghast.
Are they running?
No one's running. No, I'm not close enough at this point to be seeing that. I wouldn't be showered with debris from my position here. I'm too far north of it, but I have a bird's eye view of what's happening. And this is what the route that I'm on is the emergency route right now. So all of the emergency vehicles are streaming past us. But as I was looking up, I saw the entire explosion. It looked exactly like the first two. Unbelievable. And everyone who watched it around me screamed. It was just a chorus of "Oh my God" from everyone standing around. I'm walking, so what I'm hearing are a lot of people whose cars are parked who got their radios tuned to local news stations and trying to catch up on just exactly what's happening. But now I'm seeing people running. But I don't think it has any, no, I really don't think that they're running from the area. We're too far away to be in, in the direct line of any debris. But we certainly had the most perfect vantage point for that explosion. It was unbelievable. And the smoke now is so thick. It's just incredible.
And we can see from our picture here, Ashley, and our picture, well, we've gotten it back, but there is a huge cloud of smoke virtually enveloping the downtown area of Manhattan. It is the Wall Street area. It is in the Battery Park City, Lower Manhattan. A series now of 3 explosions, 2 planes. First, one flew into one tower of the Twin Towers, then a second some minutes later, and just moments ago, a 3rd explosion in the area of the World Trade Center. In addition, let's bring you up to date, there was an explosion at one of the Twin Towers has collapsed. That was the explosion. It apparently was not a 3rd independent explosion. It was not a bomb. It was not a plane. But there has been a collapse of one of the towers of the World Trade Center. You are talking about a 110-story building. On any given day, as many as 100,000 people can be there in their offices or visiting the World Trade Center. It is one of the most visible sites on the skyline of New York City. It is a main center of commerce, and there has apparently been a collapse of one of the 2 towers of the World Trade Center.
This may be one of the worst tragedies ever to strike this country. One of the World Trade Centers, having been struck by a plane in an apparent terrorist attack, has now collapsed. You are talking about a 1,377-foot skyscraper, 110 stories high, and judging by the debris and smoke that you are seeing there, it is now abundantly clear that the reports we are getting may well be true that one of the Twin Towers has collapsed. The other one continues to burn. The Pentagon also struck, apparently by a terrorist attack, another airplane that hit it.
There is a series of evacuations we should report about. The White House has been evacuated. The Capitol building has been evacuated. The Pentagon has been evacuated. And the Sears, that is a look at the Pentagon right now, and you can see the efforts to put out the flames that were caused when a plane flew into the Pentagon, one of the largest, or did Mick say it was the largest office building in the United States? Miles and miles of corridors. In addition, obviously, so is, for that matter, the World Trade Center, and now the Sears Tower in Chicago being evacuated as well. You heard from one of our experts that we had on the phone a little earlier that if it was a single attack, then you could point to any of a number of terrorist organizations with the facilities, with the wherewithal to pull this off. And President Bush said earlier, it does appear that America has been the focus of apparent terrorist attacks. However, when you're talking about a series of coordinated attacks in New York and in Washington, D.C., there may be only 1 or 2 terrorist organizations with the kind of money and the organization and the aggressiveness to do something like this. And certainly one of the first places that the FBI will be looking at is Osama bin Laden.
Chris, we now know which of the Twin Towers has apparently collapsed. It is the second one. A portion of the second tower that was hit by a terrorist hijacked airplane has collapsed onto the street below. A huge plume of smoke is obscuring the Twin Towers, which is why we couldn't tell which one of the buildings, but it is the, if you recall the videotape, and perhaps we can play it again, of the second plane crashing into the second tower, which we watched live on television, it is that tower, apparently, according to the best information we are now getting, that has crashed and collapsed onto the streets below. It is 110 stories high, 1,377. We are now going to play the collapse of that building.
there you see the second #2 World Trade Center collapsing into the ground. This follows a series of attacks on both towers of the Twin Towers complex. One plane first into one tower. A short time later, a second plane, apparently both hijacked, flying deliberately into the second tower, and then sometime later. This is the view from across the river. This is New Jersey, and across the Hudson River, you can see that the entire World Trade Center area, the Wall Street area, center of commerce for the United States and the world, is enveloped in clouds of smoke. We heard from our Ashley Banfield that police have been clearing the streets. There have been emergency vehicles rushing to the scene. We have no reports at this point of how extensive the deaths or injuries may be, but our Rick Sanchez is on the scene in Manhattan. Rick, tell us exactly where you are and what you're able to see.
We are now right off of Canal, approximately 2 blocks from there, 3 blocks from the scene as we look at it. And it certainly would be fair at this point, Chris, to say that there is a sense of panic among some of the people here in this community. People are running from the scene with tears in their eyes, some of them extremely distraught about what's going on. Moments ago, I had a chance to talk to a hardened mechanic who works in this area, who is himself choked up about what he has witnessed here from his storefront when I believe the second plane hit. Brian is with us here. Chris, I'm going to let you talk to him so you get a chance to get a feel for what the people in this area actually saw as the plane hit the building.
Okay,
Brian,
thanks very much. Hi, it's Chris.
Hi, Chris.
Dancing.
My name is
Brian,
Brian.
tell us what you saw.
Actually, I heard the first explosion, turned around and looked, and I saw the back of the building blown right out. Apparently, the first plane had hit the south side, blew out the north side. I was watching it, and then I saw the second plane come across the river, about 200 feet off the ground, and smash into the second building. It was devastating. It really was.
And what was the reaction of people who were around you, Brian?
Well, at that point, people were being evacuated all over the place. People are still passing by in our shop. There's some people crying. There's some people just walking fast, desperately trying to make phone calls. I've left my phone in my office here to probably 100 people so far so they can make calls. The cellulars aren't getting through very easily. And it's just horrible. There's nothing but, chaos going on. The second building got hit about halfway up the side of the building, and it just collapsed about 5 minutes ago. So from about, I don't know how many floors up, it collapsed across the street, across West Street.
Were you able to feel the
I saw
shock?
the collapse. I saw the smoke, and God knows how many firemen just got killed down there.
Tell me about the emergency efforts, because on any given day at 9 o'clock in the morning when these attacks first happened, 9 o'clock Eastern time, the streets of Lower Manhattan, which is the Wall Street area, would be teeming. They would be
well, they actually got it under control and cleared up pretty
They were
quickly.
able to clear things out pretty easily. Emergency vehicles have been able to get through.
Oh, yeah. They've been coming down and down and down, yeah.
And what are people doing now where you are?
There's still people passing my shop, walking uptown. All the buildings around the World Trade Center have been evacuated, and all these people are just walking past my shop. Some kids are crying, the school's being evacuated, everything.
Tell us a little bit about that area directly where you are, Brian.
What do you need to know? I'm 1 block south of Canal Street on West Street. That's between Watts and Desbrosses.
And this
Probably
is near,
about 6
this is
blocks
near the
up.
Chinatown area of New York City.
No, we're on the west side. The Chinatown's more east.
Okay, you're on the west side.
Right.
And this is a largely commercial area, residential?
Well, it's commercial. Yeah, there is some
One of New York's deputy mayors, Randy, the former deputy mayor. What are you hearing, Randy?
I only know what I have seen on television. I've tried to talk to some friends.
Hand me the, here we go. Hand me the microphone. There we go.
I only know what I have heard on television. I've tried to speak to some friends. Obviously, phone lines, communication is difficult. You know, nothing prepares you in life for a senseless tragedy like this one, but there is no city better prepared to deal with such emergency situations than New York City.
Tell me, based on the plan, what is happening 30 blocks away?
Sure. Mayor Giuliani established early on an Office of Emergency Management to coordinate all the government agencies involved. So you have coordinated leadership of police, fire, health, all the city agencies responding to that emergency.
All flights in the United States have been stopped. Those planes that are in the air are to go to their destinations. No planes are allowed to take off, and to New York City is essentially shut down.
We want to go back over to Lester Holt, who has been following the aviation aspects of this for us. Lester, what can you tell us?
First of all, I'm just getting word from NBC's Joe Johns on Capitol Hill reporting, and I'm going to emphasize the word possible, a possible explosion on one side of the Capitol. Tell me again the side he's reporting, Chris? Tell me what side of the Capitol is he saying? Joe Johns reporting a possible explosion on the west side of the Capitol, unconfirmed. While we try to confirm that, we have confirmed one of the airplanes involved in the Trade Center explosions. American Airlines confirming. Okay, we're also hearing there are military jets now patrolling the D.C. area, presumably interceptors. American Airlines is confirming that its Flight 11 from Boston Logan to Los Angeles was involved in one of the World Trade Center explosions. That flight was scheduled to leave Boston at 7:45 a.m., would have arrived in Los Angeles at 11 o'clock local time in L.A. Flight 11 is scheduled to be a Boeing 767. That is a twin-aisled, wide-body airplane capable of holding as many as 250 people. Again, American Airlines confirming that one of its planes from Logan to LAX, Flight 11, was involved in one of the explosions we saw at the World Trade Center. We don't know if it's the one we have on video, the one where you actually see the plane flying into the World Trade Center, but that's our first confirmation of a particular flight. Also, there was word U.S. officials with access to intelligence say it appears it was a third plane that hit the Pentagon. Now, I'm not clear if they're talking about the two at the World Trade Center than a third, but in fact, they are now saying it was an airplane that struck the Pentagon, as you see in this picture here. We're still waiting. Any word from Joe Johns? Okay, we're still waiting for more confirmation from Joe Johns about a report of an explosion on the west side of the U.S. Capitol. Now, the fact that they have shut down airports worldwide, if you are a fan of techno-thrillers, you have read this story, no doubt, many times before, but this is reality. This is not a techno-thriller. This is America apparently under attack as we look at this live picture of smoke billowing out of what is left, what was the Twin Towers of lower Manhattan, New York City. At the same time, the Pentagon being evacuated. We can punch up a live picture. You can see people near the bottom of your screen there above the breaking news banner. You can see people continuing to billow out of that area, people leaving the area of the apparent attack. NBC's Rick Sanchez is in lower Manhattan covering the Trade Center attacks. Rick, what do you have?
Well, the very latest, Lester, is a scene that's being described by some of the police officers who are scurrying about trying to get some sense of control in this area. They are saying that people have now started to jump out of the buildings, some of them in the areas, of course, where there is heavy smoke and fire, that they have had no way of getting to them, and that they have witnessed people jumping from the buildings, a story that's also been told to us by some of the people in this area just off of Canal Street. We're about 4 or 5 blocks away from the scene, and what you have is a steady flow of people, some of them running, some of them jogging, others walking briskly away from the World Trade Center, many of them with tears in their eyes, many telling stories, and some just downright distraught and screaming as they just try and get as far away from the scene as they possibly can. The closer you get to the scene, the more you see what can only be described as carnage by many of those even hardened investigators, hardened police officers that we have had a chance to talk to. Moments ago, we got off the only way most access, by the way, has been shut down to this area, all the subways and all the other transit has been shut down to this area. We came in by by essentially asking someone to drive us into this area, and we've just gotten off moments ago. We're off of Canal Street as we start to talk to some of the people in this area who, Lester, can only be described as being in shock right now.
Rick, we know it's very difficult for folks to get calls into and out of Manhattan. I was able to fortunately speak to my wife, who was dropping the kids not too far of the World Trade Center for school. They are okay, but we can imagine folks watching these pictures that we've been seeing, wondering about their loved ones and having great difficulty getting phone calls in and out. These are pictures.
All I can tell you right now, as far as that is concerned, Lester, I talked to one police officer, and they say what they're going to try and do is just evacuate the area, get people out of this area as soon as they possibly can. Their next step is to somehow try and cordon off or close the roads, but they really haven't had a chance to do that because they're dealing with the buildings themselves at this point. I am told that most of the schools and most of the buildings in this area, even within like a 10-block radius, have also been closed, and people are being told essentially to try and get out of the area as carefully as they possibly can. I heard noises out there now. What sounded like a megaphone. I'm not confirming that that's what I hear, but it sounds like police might be using some type of audio device to try and.
Rick, I'm going to interrupt you for a second. I want to let our viewers know that you are watching live NBC News coverage of a series of attacks that have targeted Washington, D.C. and New York City, the Trade Center. This is in New York. This is taped just turned around from ground level of the Pentagon, where apparently another plane has been driven into part of the Pentagon. We have no casualty figures right now, but you can see the steady stream of people leaving the Pentagon, evacuating. As you may well know, the Pentagon is a series of rings inside rings inside rings, a huge building, and an enormous number of people to evacuate. This attack occurring after 9 o'clock East Coast time, so folks were clearly at their desk, at work at the Pentagon when this occurred. Back to the situation in New York right now. We have on the telephone with us Will Femia. He is with MSNBC.com, our web partner. Will, can you tell me what you have seen and describe what's going on now? Will Femia, are you with us?
Yep, can you hear me?
Yeah, sure can. Go ahead, sir.
Okay, great. I started watching at the second explosion. Let's see. I'm about a few blocks south of the towers, and my wife called to say that there had been the first explosion. So I ran out, I looked out my window, and the street was full of people all looking up and like pointing and just staring. Let's see, when the second plane came, it was like a long rumble, like you could hear, like it sounded like thunder coming. And then I heard the explosion, and I look up, I saw the building across the street from me, its lights just sort of dipped and went out and came back up again, and I looked up at the tower and just saw this huge plume of flame and smoke shoot out with like debris, like ticker tape parade quantities of debris, like just the sky filled with little pieces of bits, and it was coming down. And when that happened, the people on the street just turned and were like running, screaming. Then slowly the people started to come back. Rick was right about the police using audio. I just heard them go down my street as well. I couldn't quite make out what they were saying, probably telling us to leave.
Will, have you seen any signs of casualties? And I want to let folks know we're looking at a live picture now. This is along the West Side Highway, the west side of the trade towers there. In fact, Pat Dawson is doing a live report on the network side. Let's listen into Pat now.
And they could barely breathe as they came back. The smoke and the dust, as you can imagine, from such a collapse was extraordinary. Basically, at this point, what we can report to you is probably what you have heard, and that is that the two World Trade Centers, each of these two towers here in New York City, have been struck by aircraft. It is, according to the President of the United States, an apparent act of terrorism. Right down here, we cannot tell you much more in terms of specific information other than to say that there are probably at this stage, I would say, hundreds, perhaps in the thousands of emergency workers who in the last hour and a half have managed to work their way down here to lower Manhattan and basically try to get into this fray. We are standing right here about 10 to 12 blocks north of the World Trade Center. These firemen that you can see, firefighters are walking down towards the site now, and they literally have been arriving by the dozens over the past hour or so. As we say, probably in excess of 1,000 or more emergency workers from New York City and surrounding areas converging on this site now to try to make some sense of it. As you can imagine, at this point there is a certain level of chaos because they're just trying to sort out who's alive, who's not. We did speak to, as I said before, some of the emergency workers. They are police officers from the Port Authority of New York and New Jersey. That is the organization that has jurisdiction over those two buildings specifically, as well as bridges and tunnels. I spoke to two of them who were actually down there when that building collapsed. They said that they speculate that the loss of life had to be horrific, that there were not that many people down there on the streets at that point, that most of them who had been evacuated, that is civilians. But on the other hand, they said that there were literally hundreds of emergency workers who were down at that end. They have no idea the level of loss of life at this point. When I asked one of them why he was going back in as he suited up since he could barely breathe, he said, "It's my job, and there may be some of my brother officers in there. There may be other people in there." So those officers going in here, as you can see, all kinds of fire workers going in there, literally in the thousands now converging on this site. We cannot give you much of an organizational sense beyond telling you probably what you already know, which is that two separate aircraft have struck the two towers of the World Trade Center. If memory serves, I think each of those towers stands 110 stories. Some of the dust, as you can probably see now, is blowing in our faces. It just really depends on which way the wind blows as to whether or not we're enveloped in some of the dust and the smoke. As you can see from these pictures, the amount of dust from the fire that's still burning, flames and ash, is extraordinary at this point. And at least a few emergency workers have said that they really aren't so sure that other tower won't stay up now. They really didn't think the first one was capable of coming down, but it did. And so they're basically saying, keep back as far as you can. On the other hand, facing that danger, as we have been telling you, many, many hundreds of these workers are heading over those lines down towards that burning building to try to rescue those people who are in there, be they emergency workers, be they civilians. The original crash took place just about 8:45 by my reckoning. I don't know the exact time, but about 8:45. And when that took place, obviously at that hour the building would not be packed with people, but it's still late enough in the morning that there would be enough people on those floors that the loss of life and certainly the injuries would likely be extraordinary. What you are looking at now is a close-up of the enormous hole in the side of that building. That is exactly what happens when a plane hits the side of the World Trade Center. The only time that we really have any kind of comparative experience as to how to do this, rather how to compare it to, I suppose, is in 1945, a B-25, an Army B-25, just at the end of World War II, crashed into the Empire State Building, and that caused obviously a great deal of damage, but it happened at night, so the loss of life was not that bad.
That's Pat Dawson reporting from outside the World Trade Center. You see the live picture, smoke continuing to billow from the upper floors. We have just received word that all inbound international flights to the United States are being diverted to Canada. The government will not allow them to land here in the U.S. They are being diverted to Canada. As we've been reporting, all airports in the U.S. have shut down departures. We were watching on our Flight Explorer. I don't know if we can put it on the air right now. This is a system in which we can actually look at the number of airplanes in the air. Normally, this would be dotted with little blue airplane figures. Look at how few we're looking. It looks like only 3 over the immediate New York City metropolitan area. Just a handful. Airplanes in the air are being allowed to land at their destinations, and then that is it. Now, keep in mind, the planes you're looking at here are only those that are participating in the FAA radar system, airliners. This does not include anybody in a small Cessna or a small plane who might be flying what's called VFR traffic, where they're just flying below the commercial traffic. But again, these represent commercial airplanes or airplanes that are participating in the FAA system, just a handful in the skies over the Northeast right now. Greg, Chris?
Watching continuing NBC News coverage on MSNBC of a series of apparent terrorist attacks on the United States. First, 2 planes crashing into the upper floors of both World Trade Center towers in Lower Manhattan just minutes apart this morning. And again, what President Bush said was an apparent terrorist attack. Sometime later, Twin Tower number 1, World Trade Center number 1, as it is known, collapsed. Within the hour, an aircraft crashed into a helicopter landing pad near the Pentagon, and the west wing of the White House was evacuated, among other places. The Pentagon has been evacuated, the White House, the Capitol, the Sears Tower in Chicago, and you see the billowing smoke that continues to come out of the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center in Lower Manhattan. Joining us on the phone, Dr. Angelo Caprio. He is at St. Mary's Hospital in Hoboken, New Jersey, which is across the river from Manhattan. And doctor, as I understand it, well, let's go to WNBC coverage first.
State Department officials and the White House officials and the NSC have all been evacuated as well, although Condi Rice was earlier in the Situation Room, and CIA Director George Tenet has been holding meetings in his office in Langley, Virginia. And as we reported earlier, key FBI team members from their rescue efforts and anti-terror coordinating team were stranded in Monterey, California, where they were on a secret military exercise against exactly this kind of event.
Andrew, let me interrupt for a second. Can you tell us any more about reports we're getting that a car bomb has exploded?
And so you heard NBC's Andrea Mitchell expanding the number of evacuations in Washington, D.C., the NSC and the State Department as well. As I told you, we have Dr. Angelo Caprio on the phone from St. Mary's Hospital in Hoboken, New Jersey. Doctor, I know it's extremely busy. What can you tell us about any casualties you're receiving there?
We're receiving some minor burns now. We have 3 emergency rooms in our hospital system, one here at St. Mary's, one at St. Francis, and one at Christ Hospital in Jersey City, and we're open and functioning to receive any casualties that we may get.
You are directly across the river from Midtown Manhattan. Have you ever in your experience gotten any of these types of casualties from New York? What kind of emergency plan is in place that would include New Jersey hospitals?
I don't know what kind of emergency plan they have in place. We have our external disaster plan in place. We've sent triage teams to the PATH station, Hoboken Terminal. And as I said, we have our 3 emergency rooms open and running.
Dr. Angelo Caprio, thank you very much.
You're quite welcome.
From around the New York City metropolitan region, help is pouring in after the attack on the Twin Towers.
And we believe now the second tower of the World Trade Center, that would be tower number 2, has collapsed. This is a terrible, terrible tragedy. The first one collapsed just a short time ago. This now appears to be the second of the Twin Towers, having been struck, each of them, by a plane, has collapsed. Let's listen.
From the area. There are firefighters and there are police trying to evacuate the area as quickly as possible. People who are near the area are in an absolute frenzied situation. The entire top of the building just collapsed. You can see the plume of smoke is coming in our direction. Let's get out of here, Ralph. We're going to leave because the smoke is coming right at us.
Obviously, this is a devastating moment.
Look at that. The World Trade Center is no more.
We do not know at this point.
What has happened in Lower Manhattan, almost unfathomable. An apparent terrorist attack. 2 planes deliberately crashed, we believe, into the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center. Now, these are pictures from just moments ago. Earlier, one World Trade Center collapse. Now you can see the collapse of the second tower. It is almost incomprehensible to believe that these 2 110-story towers, there you see it, just collapsing into the ground, are no longer part of the skyline of Manhattan. And there were huge numbers of emergency workers who were rushing to the scene to deal with the injured in that area, from the first 2 initial explosions and then, of course, the collapse of the first of the World Trade Center towers. Now with the second collapse, here again is the tape just moments ago, the collapse of the World Trade Center tower number 2.
These are 110 stories high, roughly 1,377-foot skyscrapers, 2 of the defining characteristics of the Manhattan skyline. They are no more, and one can scarcely comprehend the loss of life of all of the people who perhaps were not lucky enough to scramble out of these buildings when they were first attacked by hijacked planes shortly before 9 o'clock this morning in an apparent terrorist attack against America. And there you see the second tower coming down. The Twin Towers are gone now. And too, we should tell you, there is the Pentagon. The Pentagon was also struck by what we believe to be a hijacked plane. It has been evacuated. The White House has been evacuated. The nation's Capitol building has been evacuated. Congressional leaders have reportedly been taken to a secure location. Here again is the number 2 tower of the World Trade Center come crashing down to the ground in a horrific scene of destruction wrought by a terrorist attack on America. Before that tower collapsed, an eyewitness said it had become so desperate that he saw people literally jumping out the windows of that tower to their death. When the initial plane attack occurred, another eyewitness said bodies were falling to the ground from the upper levels of this 110-story structure.
The scene that you are viewing is from the opposite side of the Hudson River. The Twin Towers sit on the lower end of Manhattan, virtually in the southernmost tip of Manhattan, not far off from where people are familiar with the Statue of Liberty. This is a highly populated area during the daytime. It is the Wall Street area of Manhattan, and this is the view from across the river in New Jersey. President George W. Bush called this a national tragedy. He said he had spoken to the director of the FBI and ordered that the full resources of the federal government go to help victims and their families and to conduct a full-scale investigation to hunt down and try to find those folks who committed this act. He further said terrorism against our nation will not stand. Experts will tell you that there are very few terrorist organizations that could pull off a series of coordinated attacks against the United States, chief among them the terrorist network of Osama bin Laden.
There had been an alert last Friday warning the Pentagon and the State Department of an imminent terrorist attack, in particular Osama bin Laden, the well-known terrorist who has struck so many times before, who has been indicted for the killings of some 200 people. And as we watch the World Trade Center yet again, the second tower, come tumbling down in a scene of unbelievable destruction, one can only imagine the number of people who just now, as we're watching it moments ago, lost their lives.
You're watching continuing NBC News coverage on MSNBC. We are hearing from the Federal Aviation Administration, which has shut down air traffic over the skies of the United States, that reports that there was a hijacked plane heading to Washington, D.C. are unfounded. The FAA, after these initial 2 attacks, the 2 planes that hit the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center, shut down air traffic over the United States, although they did allow planes that were currently en route to land. John Zito is an MSNBC producer. He lives in Lower Manhattan. He's on the phone with us now. John, where are you and what can you see?
I can't see much. I can't see more of about 3 feet in front of my face. All the debris and soot from the second tower is just showering down. There's paper and just black soot. I'm outside a bank, and a bunch of people are inside in the lobby taking cover.
Where exactly are you in relation to where the Twin Towers stood, John?
I'm about, I'd say, 15 to 20 blocks away. I'm at the Bowling Green subway station. I know that doesn't mean much to people who aren't from New York, but it's in the downtown area. A very popular place where a lot of commuters come in and out.
Now, obviously, listen, the most important thing is that you stay safe, John, and that you get to an area where you feel that you may be most secure. Were you able to feel the collapse of that second tower?
The second tower, no, but the first tower that went down, I was very close, I'd say about 5 blocks away. And CNBC's Ron and Anna and I were trying to hook up with the truck or find any NBC contact down there. And we were very close when that tower came down, and the debris came showering down, and Ron and I both ran for cover. I managed to get inside an alcove building, and all the scaffolding around collapsed in front of me and broke the window next to me, and I climbed inside that and stayed in there for about 10 minutes. I couldn't get out of there. It was pitch black outside, and I haven't, hold on. I'm all right.
You're okay, John?
I'm okay.
Okay.
Actually, I'm being ushered out of here right now. They're sending me inside the building.
And who is doing that? Are police on the scene?
Hello?
John, are police on the scene? Who is moving you?
It was a New York City police officer, and he's just sort of gone on his way and left me now. So I'm the only one on the street at the moment.
You're the only one on the street. Well, John, obviously get to a safe place, but tell us, is the smoke starting to clear? Are you able to see anything more at this point? And literally the streets are deserted?
I'm standing across the street, and I'm staring at a walk, don't walk blinking sign. And so the street couldn't be more than, what, 10 yards across? I can barely make out the blinking don't walk stuff.
John, hold on right there. Thank you.
Let's go to NBC's Pat Dawson, who is downtown. Let's listen.
Who were trying to run past us. In fact, our cameraman even put one of the captains in his car and drove him down to a command post. The people who you see here are pretty much all emergency workers. Many of them that I have seen in the last 2 to 3 minutes, quite frankly, are coming out of here. And remember this, these are professionals. They're coming out of there looking literally stunned, in shock, many of them, struggling for breath, obviously in serious distress. Breathing problems are the biggest problem for those who manage to make it safely out of that area down below us. You can't see much more than a block south of me right now. And the World Trade Center probably stands about 10 blocks south of where I am at this moment. And as you can see now, the dust is beginning to pick up here. It really depends on which way the wind blows as to whether or not we get heavy dust or not. But at this point, I can tell you that in the first few minutes, emergency workers were trying just basically to get out of there, to survive. You could see that written in their faces. The situation was so desperate, they just wanted to get out of there. Now, many of them are beginning to regroup. A couple of them asked me where their commander might be. They're trying to get together and go back in there and try to take care of the people who obviously are in serious trouble. There's no other way to describe it. The language here, at times, if I slip into language which seems a little melodramatic, forgive me, but this is a circumstance which is very, very difficult to describe in many ways without sounding melodramatic. Certainly in more than 20 years of covering horrific events, this is something that I've never seen before. As we say, the emergency workers now beginning to try to gather themselves. Over there you can see a police emergency service unit. They're trying basically now to reestablish some kind of a safe perimeter. And many of the emergency workers basically just happy to be alive. Certainly that picture tells it all. Many of them just happy to be alive at this point, having survived what is an extraordinary event, the collapse of 2 towers. As we said earlier in our report, 110 stories each. I will tell you that what fell, what I saw fall, had to be at least 40, 50 stories of that building at first. The skeleton was left at about, I would say, the 50 or 60th floor after the shell, after the structure of the building fell down. The skeleton, the steel skeleton, was literally sheaved off, and it took probably about another 30 seconds before the skeleton collapsed into the street. That was the last.
Let's break away from Pat Dawson, if we can, for a moment. Lester Holt here at MSNBC World Headquarters. From the Associated Press, Dateline Pittsburgh, large plane crashes in western Pennsylvania's. They're citing officials at the Somerset County Airport who confirm it. Again, AP reporting and citing the Somerset County Airport. A large plane crashes in western Pennsylvania. That is all we have. This comes quite a time after the FAA put essentially a ground stop. All airplanes in the air were allowed to continue to their destinations, but every commercial airport in the country right now is closed. But again, the news just gets worse and worse. A large plane crashing in western Pennsylvania. NBC's Ashley Banfield is in Lower Manhattan, the scene of the chaos that you're watching unfold live. Ashley, what have you learned? What can you see?
I don't know how to describe this. I don't know what to tell you first, but when that building came down, we were a couple of blocks.
You all right?
And I'm fine, thank you. Are you okay?
The glass is coming in.
An incredible cloud of debris and smoke completely engulfed us. We couldn't breathe. We broke down the door to a building just to get out from the cloud. We couldn't breathe. Thank you. No, we couldn't breathe. We couldn't see. It was pitch black. We're just going into a corner restaurant that's allowing us. And it was as though I swear I've never seen anything like it. I've never seen anything like this. This whole place looks like a war zone. There's debris everywhere. It's hard to breathe. And when that cloud came at us, I could feel it, the force of it. And it was as though, an instinct took over. We just had to breathe. And
Ashley, we're gonna let you collect yourself.
Right.
Obviously, the priority to anyone who was watching in the New York City area, stay safe. Ashley, get to safety. We will talk to you in a bit. We want to get to Pat Dawson again, who is on the west side of the Trade Center, who was covering the scene from there.
At least a dozen emergency workers this morning, police and fire. The loss of life, in the words of one, has to be terrible. There's just simply no way around it. And that, obviously, if we start just with the people who are on those two planes. The other thing which we have seen this morning, which we rarely if ever see here on the island of Manhattan, that is we have been circled several times by Air Force jets. We assume they are Air Force, going overhead at, I would say, probably about 10 to 12,000 feet. Obviously, at this point, New York's airspace is closed, and I think it's being pointed out to me now that, is that what you see, another plane there? No. Okay. I'm sorry?
You can see the towers.
You can see the towers now from where you're standing. Yeah, actually, that's the building just in front. I don't know if in the television picture you can see through it, and I'm not sure that building that we can see there is actually the World Trade Center or the building that is just a block north of it. But that's just now we are getting our first view, probably a good 15 minutes after that North Tower came down, our first view of this situation, so that we can begin to see at least something of what it looks like down there. Wing, if you can get a shot down at street level, you can more or less see what we saw here. There was an enormous dust cloud that came up this broad boulevard here in the moments after that tower collapsed.
We're going to cut away from Pat Dawson on the west side of the Trade Towers. NBC's Rick Sanchez joins us on the phone. He's also in Lower Manhattan. Rick, what do you got?
Well, here's the most desperate situation for these people. I just had 5 firefighters come to me, many of them in tears because they've lost so many of their fellow firefighters, and one of them, as I was listening, had his radio on, Lester, and you could literally hear firefighters that are still trapped in all that rubble crying, saying things like, "Get me out, someone get to me." The sense here is that there are still people somehow in that rubble. Some of them may be firefighters, as well as some of the other office workers who usually work in that building. The firefighters, as you might imagine, are extremely desperate about this situation. People they
Rick,
work with
Rick, I'm going to have to break away from you. We're getting more information on that situation in Pittsburgh. Let me read directly off the Associated Press. A large plane crashed just north of the Somerset County Airport, 80 miles southeast of Pittsburgh. The plane, I just lost it on my screen, believed to be a yeah, I've lost it on my screen. Believed to be a 767 is what I think I read there. But again, let's see. Kim's bringing me more information. Here it is. All right. Believed to be a 767 crashed about 10 o'clock Eastern time, 8 miles west of Jennerstown, according to 911 dispatchers. We don't know the airline, but again, here's a look at a Boeing 767. This is a big airplane. In fact, this is the 400 model you're looking at, the newest and largest, but traditionally the 767, most of those in use carry about 250 people, a wide-body airplane often used on transcontinental flights, also transatlantic. It is 10:45 right now on the East Coast. We need to update you, especially if you were just waking up, just tuning in. It is a day of catastrophe from Washington to New York and now to Pennsylvania. in what appear to be a series of coordinated terrorist attacks. You're looking at a live picture of Lower Manhattan, and no longer do we see the World Trade Centers, both hit by airplanes. Here is one of those that we saw live. There it is highlighted, what appeared to be another 767 that crashed into one of the towers directly through, obviously flown directly and purposefully into the Trade Center. Let's go back to Greg and Chris now.
You are watching NBC News coverage here on MSNBC. This is Greg Jarrett. Let me summarize if you are just now joining us. It is a horrific sequence of destruction. Terrorists, apparently, crashing two planes into both towers of the World Trade Center, and about an hour later, both of the Twin Towers, 110 stories tall, collapsed. Explosions rocked the Pentagon as well. Apparently, a hijacked plane crashed into the Pentagon. And here you see the Twin Towers earlier, and we're going to watch tragedy unfold as one of the towers collapses, and there you see it. And the fate of those and here's the second one coming down, the fate of those inside not immediately known. They had been trying to evacuate the 50,000 people who work in the Twin Towers, but many were thought to have been trapped inside.
And we were looking at a live picture now from our Rick Sanchez, that he was standing around a group of firefighters, and they were hearing on their radios firefighters, they believe the voices of firefighters, but perhaps others on their radios, trapped and calling for help. Rick Sanchez remains on the phone with us. Rick, what can you tell us?
Well, the scene here, as you might imagine, Chris, is one of desperation. There are now firefighters as well as ambulance workers and rescue officials lining the streets all the way to Canal. The smoke is starting to clear somewhat, although you can still see it. People are still running from the scene, although it seems like that sense of people running has stopped somewhat. Not as many people are moving from the scene as we speak. Ambulances are now lined up as well, all the way down as far as they can get from Canal to the area of where both buildings once stood. Joining me here is Tito Castellanos. He was inside the building at the time of the explosion. Chris, I'm going to let him explain to you what he saw, what he experienced.
Hello.
Hi, what can you tell us about where you were and what you saw and heard?
I was at the subway station, and my ticket stub says 8:45 a.m. And as I was waiting for the train to come, we heard the explosion. A lot of debris fell on us, you know, like dust type of particles and stuff like that. And then automatically they started to tell us to evacuate through another exit. So finally we were able to get out. We come to the sidewalk on the scene there. I saw a lot of debris and smoke on the street and sidewalk, and the cops on the other side of the street were telling us to hold on because there was still a lot of debris falling from the building that was burning, actually. As all this rain of bricks and glass and stuff that was coming down stopped, we were told to go on, but the people behind us were panicking, and they started to push us into the street. Finally, I got to the corner of the street, and I looked up, and that's when the second airplane, I saw it coming on the horizon and make like a small nosedive, and boom, hit the second building, the one that's facing the south part. Anyway, at that moment, everybody panicked, started to run away. I was under a debris of hot metals. Excuse me. I was in the building because I was driving a friend. Now I'm worried for her safety. She works in the U.S. Customs. I pray for her to be all right. I was injured in my leg, and I had my hip almost dislocated because I had a hip replacement a year ago. I'm sorry, I'm pretty shaky right now.
Chris, this is Rick. That's just one of many stories as people come by us here, all of them telling us their stories of the people that they know that are inside the building, people that they fear are trapped inside the building. And I would say that of every 20 people that walks by, one of them has some type of injury be it a small injury, a bandage, they're wrapped, they're holding their eyes, they're holding their head. So many thousands of people are out in this area today that have been affected by that story. Tito Castellanos, just one of them.
And he mentioned that he was injured in the leg, although obviously that injury not life-threatening.
I'm looking at his injury right now. It seems to be more of some kind of cut. It's not a large laceration, just a cut on his leg, somewhere between his ankle and his knee.
What have you been able to see about rescue efforts headed to the area, Rick? And we're reminded once again at just how much danger the police, the firefighters, the EMTs put themselves in.
Well, we can tell you right now that an ambulance has blown up in this area. Apparently, it was close enough to the building that, according to the information that we just received moments ago from one of our producers, she did an interview with one of the EMS workers, and the EMS worker says that one of her friends, another EMS worker, was trapped inside the ambulance when it blew up, and she has lost her partner. The ambulance was situated about 500 feet from the area where the other buildings were at the time. You have to understand that when this first happened, they certainly didn't imagine that there would be second or tertiary explosions, so they parked some of their vehicles in those areas, and many of those vehicles, people in those vehicles, have lost their lives. As to what fire officials are trying to do in this area, Chris, it's very difficult. They're trying to get themselves to the scene, but they're not able to. Originally, they weren't able to because of all the smoke and all the debris, and now because of the people in the area and because of some of the way some of the cars, have been parked. So they have a real serious problem. They're telling most of the fire officials to meet in the Office of Emergency Management, where they're going to hopefully try and at least get a handle on the situation by getting most of the fire officials and rescue officials there. The Red Cross, we've talked to them just moments ago. They told us to put this number out. They're in this area, and they're trying to deal with both the wounded and the family of the wounded. That number, and they asked us to put it on the air, is 877 Red Cross. 877 Red Cross. If you have a family member in this area, you might be able to hopefully get some information from them, or at least they'll be able to tell you what's going on. As for communications in this area, they're really almost impossible to get because, as you know, most of the towers had many of the antennas there that control most of the phone lines for this area. There's no way of calling on any cell phones. Some landlines is what we call them in our business. Some regular phones are working in this area. We were lucky enough to be able to find one, which is 2 or 3 blocks from the scene, and that's how we've been able to contact you. But most people are desperate to talk to their loved ones. Firefighters who just want to call their wives, their mothers, their sons, their daughters, and say, I'm alive, I'm okay. I can't tell you how many times I've heard those words repeated from people in this vicinity.
NBC's Rick Sanchez, thank you very much. Let's go over to Ashley Banfield. And Ashley, where are you? What are you finding out?
Well, we just heard another explosion go off a couple of minutes ago, Chris, and saw a bunch more people sort of running this way. A woman on her bike was screaming as it went off, and there was a New York City officer, he's plain clothes, walking by with a radio. I tried to stop him to ask what happened, and all he said was car bomb, and then I couldn't press him for any more information. He said, I have no time for this, and we haven't seen anything since, but the cloud of smoke is still extremely thick around, right around the direct vicinity of the World Trade Center. I am now about, I'd say, what do you say, we're about 5 or 10 blocks north of it now? About 5 or 10 blocks north of it, and just unbelievably, the sun has come out, this blue sky above us. We started with, I mean, sheer blackness. When that cloud of debris and of smoke came at us when the explosion happened, we couldn't see anything. We couldn't breathe. We tried to make our way a few blocks up, and we've made contact with some other NBC crew here. And we're all just trying to, get communication, because that's one of the keys here. Everyone's running around with cell phones, and none of them is working.
Does it appear, Ashley, that a lot of the people there are journalists? Are most of the other people getting out of that immediate area where you are?
There's certainly a lot of crisscross mayhem going on. As many police officers as they could muster to control pedestrian traffic. They've tried to post on corners, but there's bleed through. They're not able to keep everybody out, but clearly most of the people have been making their way north. It's terrifying down here, Chris. When that last bomb went, or when that last collapse happened and the cloud came out, it was like something out of Hollywood. It was literally inescapable. And hold on, there's some emergency vehicles passing us. It was literally inescapable, and like I said, the producer I'm working with, we had to break down a window just to breathe and just to escape the black cloud of glass and debris and dust. There were a couple of other people, two New York City police officers who were directly behind us, banging on the window to get in as well. We let them in, and because there were double door glass, but even two doors of glass, there was still horrible to breathe. And the police officer who came in behind us, we didn't even know he was a police officer because he was so covered in this debris and this dust. And I myself, I'm completely gray from head to toe. It's really eerie seeing the people who got caught in that blast because everyone looks like a ghost. And the streets it's like Mount St. Helens. The streets are covered in about an inch of this gray dust and ripped papers and shreds of charred glass. And a lot of people are sort of milling about trying to connect, with payphones on the corners, but the payphones aren't working either. At this point, most of the emergency crews who are responding aren't able to really deal with any of the direct pedestrians in the area, which is incredible because this is one of the most dangerous areas right now, considering that those two buildings have collapsed. They were looking at sewers, watching for bombs. It's an incredibly dangerous area to be in, and yet they can't respond to that essence of this crisis because there's just so much more going on at the World Trade Centers. It is truly an unbelievable tragedy down here in Lower Manhattan.
Ashley, we appreciate the report. The most important thing, of course, is that you get to an area where you can feel that you are safe. So, keep in touch with us as you can, but the most important priority is that you stay safe for us.
What most people have said, Chris, is that they don't feel safe anywhere at this point.
And that, sadly, is understandable. You are watching continuing NBC News coverage on MSNBC, a horrific sequence of destruction, terrorism raining down on the United States of America, beginning with two attacks in Lower Manhattan. Two planes crashed into the World Trade Center, and you can see the second of them that came through. One of the eyewitnesses said he heard the first explosion when he went down to the subway. He punched his ticket at 8:45 Eastern Time. This one happened just around 9 o'clock, and then subsequently both of these towers collapsed. This is the first one. You're watching it from across the Hudson River, our camera on the New Jersey side of the Hudson River, looking over to Lower Manhattan, the collapse of the first of the Twin Towers, and then later the second tower of the Twin Towers collapsed. In addition, a large plane crashed this morning just north of Somerset County Airport, about 80 miles southeast of Pittsburgh. Let's go to coverage of our local affiliate there, WPXI.
PCNC. Everybody's handling this fairly well out there. It's just a lot of disbelief and just trying to see what they do next, I guess.
Down in New York City.
Exactly, and the people that are at the airport are still on the airside part of the airport, if you're familiar with that. Right now I'm inside the landside terminal, and it's like a ghost town in here, David. All the counters are shut down where you would normally check in for your flights. There is exactly one person working at the counter in the entire landside terminal right now. And the departure boards that they set up to tell you when your flight's going to leave, they didn't even bother writing cancel on any of the flights. They're just all set up as...
And that you're listening to what happened in Pittsburgh after a large plane crashed just north of the Somerset County Airport. So we are dealing with 4 major incidents, 2 in New York City, 1 in western Pennsylvania, and another attack on the Pentagon in Washington, D.C. There have been major evacuations across Washington, D.C. Surveillance military planes have been in the sky over the District of Columbia.
It is now the top of the hour. You're watching NBC News live coverage on MSNBC. It is 11 o'clock on the East Coast, 8 o'clock on the West Coast. The day, September 11th, 2001 is a day that a great many people are going to be remembering for a long time to come. 2 planes crashed into the World Trade Center. The Twin Towers then collapsed. Here is the second plane that just struck shortly after 9 a.m. The first plane preceded it by 15 minutes. Then, about an hour later, the number 2 tower, the southern tower, collapsed to the ground. They had been trying to evacuate. Authorities, some 50,000 people who worked in the Twin Towers, and there, the first tower, second in sequence, but it is the One World Trade Center tower collapsing to the ground. Many people thought to be trapped inside. Some of the accounts from eyewitnesses are heartbreaking. Ash 2 to 3 inches deep in places, people wandering dazed and terrified. Windows shattered, people screaming, diving for cover. One eyewitness said he saw people literally jumping out windows, other bodies falling out windows, people walking around like ghosts, covered in dirt, weeping, wandering, dazed. Planes have been grounded across America. Airports have been closed. The Capitol and the White House both have been evacuated. The President of the United States immediately left Sarasota, Florida, in Air Force One on his way back to the nation's capital. Some of the nation's leaders, the top leaders, have been taken to a secure location as America is under attack by terrorism. Also,
the National Security Team again has gathered. We have pictures. Where is this? This is at the Pentagon earlier. The evacuation of the Pentagon, the largest office building in the world. One of a series of evacuations that is ongoing in Washington, D.C. All of the national monuments, all of the tourist destinations have been closed in Washington, D.C. This is perhaps, according to an aviation expert at Jane's Transport in London, the most audacious terrorist attack that has ever taken place in the world.
As we continue to watch the earlier pictures from the Pentagon, let's go to Janet Fallon, who joins us now on the telephone, who lives near the Pentagon. And Janet, what did you see?
I saw a plane coming in from completely the wrong direction, flying very, very low. And as soon as I saw it out my window, I knew it was headed directly towards the Potomac River, and I saw it go right into the Pentagon.
Could you describe the size of that plane? Do you know what kind of a plane it was?
It was. It looked like a commuter-type plane. It was larger than the private planes, which sometimes do take a different air path to get to the airport. They go a little bit around a roundabout way to get into the airport frequently. This plane was substantially larger than that, flying in substantially lower than anything I'd ever seen, almost grazing the treetops out of my window here.
Could you feel the sound and sensation as the ground shook?
I could not. I only saw it. I'm far enough away. I have a view because I'm on the 13th floor, but I did not hear. My windows were closed, and so I didn't actually hear it. I just saw it crash and the billows of smoke, which have not yet subsided at all. And so I'm actually just seeing the billows of smoke and the mass exodus over Route 50 here, with everyone fleeing town. It's a bit of a harrowing sight.
One eyewitness account said there was a large orange ball of fire and then a huge plume of smoke. Could you see that?
Yes, I would absolutely corroborate that. I mean, that's really, at that point, I wasn't even sure it was going into the Pentagon. I just knew it just was definitely headed someplace intentionally because of how low it was flying, and you know, it was in perfect control, and it just went completely across my eye path, and I just knew as soon as I saw it, it was destined for something that was not good. But it was substantially larger than a private plane.
Janet Fallon, thank you very much. The Pentagon has been evacuated, the nation's capital evacuated, the White House has been evacuated, and some of the nation's leaders have been taken to secure locations. Chris?
We are learning from the General Services Administration now that all federal buildings in the metropolitan Washington, D.C. area and in New York City are being closed. Federal facilities in New York City are considered at level 4, 5 being the highest, and thus fully closed. As for other cities, the GSA says they haven't heard, but we have new information about how this terrorist threat is affecting us all across the United States. In Dallas, offices have been evacuated. In Florida, Governor Jeb Bush, the brother of the president, has closed the Capitol and canceled meetings with his cabinet. He is reviewing the state disaster plan. Also, obviously, in New York, they are gathering at the State Disaster Services Center. They reviewing their state disaster plan as well. The Sears Tower in Chicago has been closed. And I'm just getting this hot note in. Jim Cummins from NBC News reporting that access to the arrival and departure gates at Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport has been closed at the security checkpoints. While there are still some passengers in the airport, most appear to be leaving the terminal. Planes are grounded across the United States.
From coast to coast, the United States is on high alert now following today's attacks. Coordinated terrorist attacks, it is believed, on the World Trade Center that brought both of them down. At the time, there were roughly 50,000 people that were trying to be evacuated. We have no word on how many of them successfully got out of the buildings. There you see the second tower being attacked by what is believed to have been a hijacked commercial jetliner. And a short time later, with people still trapped inside, it came down, crashing to the street below, where there were still people below trying to rescue others who were injured. Then the second tower also came crashing down a short time later. Both twin towers of the World Trade Center, landmarks in New York City and the world, are now gone.
NBC's Campbell Brown is on the phone with us now. From Campbell, you're outside the White House?
Right, Chris. We are at the Hay Adams Hotel, which is about a block and a half from the White House. The White House has, of course, been evacuated. The evacuation at 9:41 a.m. this morning, when they told all of the press, all of the White House staff, to leave the building. Initially, they just brought everyone right outside of the White House to Pennsylvania Avenue in front. They have gradually, over the last hour, been moving people farther and farther away, and now have, for the most part, all of the crowds from the White House, from the Eisenhower Executive Office building, a good 2 blocks away. We are, from our location, able to see the White House. There are obviously a number of agents up on the roof right now, and they're keeping the area sort of as large a perimeter zone around it as possible. We can also, from where we are, see the smoke, obviously, billowing from the Pentagon. There has been, I would say, over the last hour, a lot of chaos in the streets. Many of the office buildings over here as well have been evacuated. Of course, all federal office buildings here are now closed. So people are stuck, in a sense, because they're not able to get out of the city, given the gridlock situation on the streets. And there's still a lot of milling around out on the streets right now. But the White House itself looking relatively empty. Obviously, the president is now on his way back from Florida, and we'll be hearing a little bit later on, we presume, some reaction from the White House. But obviously, other than what we heard from the president this morning before he left, that's the only real official word we are getting out of there now, Chris.
And do we know who in the national security team was at the White House?
Presumably, the national security staff was there working as they would be under any other circumstances. It's been hard, I'll tell you, in the last hour to sort of locate where they're operating from now, whether or not they have stayed at the White House or they're moving to a different area. It's unclear. We have not been able to get any sort of confirmation on that, but presumably National Security Advisor Condoleezza Rice and the rest of her staff were there at the White House when this happened.
NBC's Campbell Brown, thank you very much. I know you'll keep us up to date from there. There is international reaction coming in. Russian President Vladimir Putin expressed his condolences to the American people over the terrorist attacks, calling them terrible tragedies. This from Prime Minister Tony Blair in London. This mass terrorism is the new evil of our world today, he said. It is perpetrated by fanatics who are utterly indifferent to the sanctity of human life. French President Jacques Chirac called it a monstrous attack, expressed his solidarity with the American people. France has just learned of these monstrous attacks, he says. There is no other word for it. And Palestinian leader Yasser Arafat and his top aides are following the events from his seaside offices in Gaza City. He says, I send my condolences to the president, the government, and the people for this terrible incident.
And we are now getting this bulletin. Canada has shut down all of its airports, according to the transport minister. And that following the shutdown of all flights in America and international flights coming to America being diverted to Canada. There you see the map of the United States. Normally, it would be absolutely covered with blue dots representing the planes in the air. Now it is nearly empty. We're going to go to the New York area. There you see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 planes, it looks as though, that have yet to land. All planes are being halted. Airports across America, a great many of them are being closed. It has been a scene of nightmare. People on fire, jumping in terror from the trade towers, the World Trade Center, just before the buildings collapsed. You're watching NBC News coverage on MSNBC.
And the impact continuing to be felt from coast to coast as America continues to be under threat of terrorist attacks. All federal buildings, we are now learning, in West Virginia, in Maryland, in Pennsylvania, and in Delaware are closed in response to what is happening around the country. Again, in Dallas, offices evacuated. In Florida, Jeb Bush has closed the Capitol and canceled meetings with his cabinet. And from Mayor Rudy Giuliani in New York City, the site of the first 2 terrorist attacks, he says, I have a sense it's a horrendous number of lives lost. Right now, we have to focus on saving as many lives as possible.
And there you see the live scene very close to the collapse of the World Trade Center. NBC's Pat Dawson has been reporting there all morning long. Here's a quote from a fire marshal who was there when the Twin Towers collapsed. Everybody was screaming, crying, running, cops, people, firefighters, everyone. It was like a war zone. There are many injured and many dead. Let's go to Ashley Banfield, who joins us live on the telephone, who is there. Ashley, tell us what you've seen and heard.
There's just been another explosion, and as happened with the last 2, it may be a car bomb. That's what we were hearing from passing police officers. The last 2 were thought to be car bombs. This third one, I haven't had any confirmation on it yet, but there is. I mean, the plumes of smoke have been so thick anyway. There are more plumes coming from that area. It's pitch black down street through 7th Avenue and into where the World Trade Center once stood. People are collecting all over here. Police are trying to disperse people, but it's not working. They're just hundreds of people milling about, wondering what is going on. I can see another plume sort of headed my way. Sorry, excuse me. It's pretty hard to get any information right now, as you can imagine, because obviously a lot of these emergency crews are in jeopardy as well. They're the ones who've gone closest to where this has all happened.
Ashley, stand by. Let me jump in and go to NBC's Pat Dawson at the World Trade Center.
Come back here, come back here.
Insight into what's going on there. This is Chief William Hall of the Port Authority Police of New York. As we told you earlier, the Port Authority Police have jurisdiction over the Trade Center. And also Alan Rice, who's the director of the World Trade Center. Gentlemen, if I get you just to stand like that. First of all, Chief, do we have any idea of how many people are in there?
We have no idea. Now, as you know, it was pretty much rush hour time that this took place this morning. So the numbers, we don't know yet. We tried to get almost everybody out that we could early on.
After the first 2 crashes, when the planes hit the building, there was roughly about, I would say, what, an hour and 15 minutes between that and the point where the South Tower collapsed.
Give or take.
How many people you were able to get out? Do you have any idea?
We don't know. We tried to do a floor-by-floor search. New York City Police, the Fire Department, Port Authority Police, best they could, tried to get everybody out. But as you know, there were people still coming out after that building came down.
Do you have any idea how many people would normally be in the building at 8:30 or north? This is the director of the
There are possibly 10,000 people in each tower. 10,000 people in each tower would typically be in there on a normal business day. And we get about another 5,000 visitors during the course of the entire day. So by 8:30, 9 o'clock, the building should have been full.
Okay, so in other words, by 8:30 to 9, you figure the building would have been approaching full capacity with the workers. So we are talking about roughly 10,000 people.
Per tower.
Per tower. Now, at this point, obviously, you've got a situation, these towers having collapsed, that is bordering on chaotic. What's the first challenge? What are you doing at this moment? I've seen emergency workers try to go in there after the first couple crashes and come running back out. What are you trying to do now?
I guess the next step is between the chief and myself and my staff. We're going to go assess the condition and determine whether it's safe or not to send personnel into the building to continue looking and evacuating people.
Are there any emergency workers in there now? We don't know that. We don't know. If they were in there now, presumably they would have been trapped in there from the earlier.
It's possible. It's possible from what we saw happen there. Yeah, very much so. We were trapped ourselves in the building in the basement. We were the building collapsed when we came out of that. But yes, I'm sure
you were in the basement of the South Tower.
No, we were in the basement of building 5, 6.
Okay.
Right, and I was in building 5. We had to dig our way out to get out.
You dug your way out. What was that like?
Scary.
Scary, but I was a volunteer fireman for years, so you learn not to panic.
We're going to move
What
from
was the one
NBC's
last thing?
Pat
What
Johnson.
was
We've
the-
just been able to get a camera hooked up to Ashley Banfield. And Ashley, tell us where you are and what's happening.
I'm on West Broadway.
I'm on West Broadway right now. It's kind of hard to say, you know, West Broadway, Reed Street, but if you look down here, follow me down, you can see what it looks like finally, Chris. Down West Broadway, into that plume of smoke, that was where those World Trade Centers once stood. And you can see people milling all about. Emergency vehicles are trying to get through this area. Police are trying to wrangle people to clear the way so that they can get through. Just look at the ground. Look at all the debris everywhere. The dust, the mess. A lot of the emergency vehicles that have been going through. This is a Fort Lee ambulance, so obviously they're calling in from every district surrounding the New York area. We've seen sheriff's vehicles. We've seen Port Authority acting as traffic supervisors and trying to wrangle people out of the way. But this is incredible because now sort of the sun has come out and it looks almost surreal in this area because right down there, if you can see into that plume of cloud, that's where we were when I did my first report with you on the cell phone about 35 minutes ago when the first tower collapsed. We were hit with that plume of smoke. I don't know if you can even see from my clothing, but this is what a lot of the people looked like when they were coming out of that cell, out of that area, out of that plume of smoke. In fact, is it Mr. Borden? You were in the area when this happened. Tell me what happened.
I was walking by the building and early in the morning, and there was a loud cracking noise. And all of a sudden, this guy looked up and screamed, and I thought he was joking. And I looked up, and all sorts of pieces of the building were coming off the building. And so we started running, and pieces of the building started falling like in 20 foot in front of us, and there was nowhere to go in the whole.
Did you get hit with anything?
No,
Did you run?
Yeah, we ran and it fell under the thing, and then we came back and we were walking around the other side, and the other building blew, and I pulled a woman underneath a truck because all the debris was falling down then, and now they both collapsed. There's no more World Trade Centers.
And what happened to you? Was there emergency personnel who looked you over to help you out? Did you just escape the area as fast as
No, I just
possible?
walked around and see if anybody else was okay, because I was okay.
This is where you work every day?
Yeah, down on Wall Street. Yeah, I'm in shock.
All right, thank you. Just want to clear this area, please. Because obviously every time a vehicle goes through here, it's extremely dusty. This is about 10 to 15 blocks north of the Trade Center here. And the ambulances personnel were handing out these masks for people to wear, but they're obviously in very short supply. We tried to grab about 15 different ambulance workers at times and ask for masks, whether they were ambulance or whether they were police. There's just none available. We also saw some police officers coming down this street a little bit earlier on wearing full gas masks, almost like riot gear. They were heading into that area. What's so frightening at this time is that we've heard 3 explosions since both towers collapsed. I stopped another police officer. He was a New York City police officer who was working traffic in this area to ask him if he'd heard over his radio transmissions whether in fact those were car bombs, as one officer had told me, or whether he'd heard anything else. He said he thought they were just residual collapse sounds and explosions that were just from the original collapse, but we haven't had confirmation on that. The first officer that I did get the information from that was a car bomb looked as though he was an inspector, plain clothes of some sort. He had a radio as well and a cell phone. It was walking right past me down this area. And I walked with him as he was talking on the cell phone. I said, what was it? And he said, car bomb. And when I asked him to elaborate, he said, no time, no time. And he continued to walk forward. The concern is that there are so many emergency vehicles and emergency personnel that went down into that World Trade Center area, obviously cordoning it off and trying to keep people out of there. But clearly they would have been right in that path of not only the falling debris, but also that incredible, powerful cloud that just engulfed us. And I think if you heard me earlier, I told you the only way for us to escape it at the time was to break down the entrance to an apartment building just off the street. We had to break through the glass and get in through the second door to breathe. We were followed by a police officer as well who was struggling to breathe, and then a security guard who worked in the World Trade Center as well. And he had been trying to walk northward away from that mess behind us. Could you just clear back so that the camera can take a view down there? Thanks. You can shoot down and you can see some of the activity while I'm reporting this to you. We also we also were able to interview a security guard who was working on the concourse in the plaza between the two World Trade Centers when the first explosion happened, when the first plane hit the first tower. He said he was dispatched down to the concourse to clear people away and to try to move people out of the World Trade Center. And then he said that's when the second explosion happened, which of course was the second tower. He said everything went pitch black. There was a cloud of smoke and a cloud of debris. When we happened upon him, it was extremely strange. He was all dressed in his black security uniform, but he was fully covered from head to toe in gray and wandering aimlessly. He said he was okay.
Hold on
we asked
one
him if he'd
second,
been attended
Ashley, if
to.
you can, because Pat Dawson, who is not far from you, is being asked to move.
All right, Tom, we've just been told we're being evacuated. You can see all the emergency workers walking north on the West Side Highway in New York. We've been told by firefighters here that there is a report of a bomb in this building. This is a school, a high school right here. And as you can see, they're moving everybody away from this building. They've said that there's a bomb in the building. They are evacuating us north now. That is according to firefighters on the scene. And we're going to move out of here right now just to keep ourselves safe. So we're going to start walking north ourselves. But that's what we're being told by New York City firefighters here, that there were reports of a bomb in that high school right there. It's called Stuyvesant High School. And so we are walking north to get out of the way. You can see just to my left here, these are even the ambulances which were down there are being moved north. The firefighters are being moved north. Everybody is being moved north. We're being asked by the police now to go north and get out of the way. Officer, do you have any idea of what the problem is?
There's a report of a secondary device possibly in the area of this school, so they're going to move everybody back as a precaution.
Secondary device meaning a bomb?
Possibly.
Okay, and where did that report come from? Was it called in?
It came in over our radios, and it's reported through our supervisors on down, so we're pulling everybody back.
And that's in the Stuyvesant High School right there?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much, Officer McQuaid. That's Officer McQuaid of New York City Emergency Service. I'm sorry, what's it? Yeah, well, I don't think there was anyone in the school, Katie, this morning. At this point, I think everybody had been evacuated from here probably when the first events took place early this morning, just because of the fact that it's so close to the World Trade Center. Most of these buildings around here have been evacuated, so I would imagine, I never saw any kids going into that school this morning, so I'm going to presume that they never even allowed them to get to school this morning, and that anywhere that were here at 8:45 were probably moved out almost within moments after this the crash took place, because it literally is only about 10 blocks north of here, and I haven't seen any students coming in or out. Katie, Tom.
All right, that's Pat Dawson outside the Trade Center as they get moved back because of fears of another explosion. We want to catch you up to date now with the airplane situation. Airplanes apparently were used in these attacks today, commercial jetliners. And I want to remind you, you're watching NBC News coverage here on MSNBC. An FBI spokesman says the planes involved 2 American flights. American Flight 11, Boston to Los Angeles, involved in hitting one of the trade towers. Also, American 77 was involved apparently in one of the attacks, at least was hijacked. We don't know where that plane ended up. 2 United airplanes, United 175, that was scheduled Boston to Los Angeles. I just checked United's website. That plane supposedly left Boston at 8:14 this morning Eastern Time. Also United 93 from Newark to San Francisco. According to the United website, that plane left at 8:42. We do not know, except with American 11, exactly which plane ended up where. But according to this source from the FBI, those are the 4 commercial planes that have been involved in what is going on today. Now, we have been reporting another plane down some distance from Pittsburgh today. According to reports, and I want to stress this is coming from the affiliate there who got this from the scanner, so let's put this in perspective. But that plane believed to have originated in Chicago and was headed to Cleveland with 90 people on board. No word on the airline. And I'm just seeing, crossing the Associated Press wires now, American Airlines says it has lost 2 aircraft carrying a total of 156 people. Now, just crossing the Associated Press, American Airlines confirming 2 of its airplanes involved, a total of 156 people on board. Rick Sanchez is in Lower Manhattan. Rick?
Yeah, there have been, Lester, am I on? Is that you?
Yeah, Rick, go ahead. Lester.
Yeah, Lester, there have been about four explosions here since about 11 o'clock. The most recent about 2 minutes ago that seemed to shake the ground that we're on. We're about a block and a half away from what used to be the World Trade Center. The area is completely surrounded in soot and ash. Firefighters and rescue officials are still really trying to get their act together. They're not quite sure how to how to approach this situation. They just did finally set up a command center. It's going to be set up at Chambers and West. They also have a triage center set up. That's at the local high school here, Stuyvesant High School, which is, as you know, not far from the World Trade Center. And there are still people in this area who are doing everything they possibly can.
Rick, I just want to stop you there. As the information's coming fast and furious, that's the same high school that we've just been reporting is apparently being evacuated for fears of a secondary device, another device. So even as you're reporting that, things are moving fast and furious. It's got to be incredibly difficult to figure out where safe ground is right now.
Well, we've been told, as a matter of fact, moments ago to try and get out of this area because they're moving everyone out. And their fear is, of course, that there are gas leaks, natural gas in this area that either fed into or out of the buildings that have exploded. And now those lines are open and may rupture. We're not positive and can't confirm exactly what has caused those 4 explosions we told you about at the beginning of our report. But there is reason to believe that they may be caused by some type of gas explosion or natural gas leaks in this area, and firefighters are extremely cautious as they try and work into the area. What they're doing now, Lester, is lining up on some of the adjacent streets and setting up, as what you know from covering stories like this, field forces, where they tell them, don't go out and freelance, don't go out on your own. Stay in a group, we'll move into an area, and we'll somehow move in little by little. Meanwhile, firefighters and rescue officials, I just saw them come in as well.
Room 55,
they
please.
had what appeared to be picks, axes, and other devices that they're going to be using, perhaps to try and extricate people that might still be in there. The items that they had were handheld items that they were probably going to be using, we would assume, in some form to get into the area. However, at this point, we're only about a block away, and it does not appear that they're moving into the area.
Rick, I'm going to interrupt you here as we get new pictures in. These pictures from Washington, I believe it's tape or live. This is taped just a short time ago. This is the best look we've had at the damage at the Pentagon, where another plane apparently made a suicide plunge or was driven into a suicide plunge. There's the Capitol in the background. This just across the river in Virginia. The Pentagon struck sometime after 9 o'clock this morning as well. And again, this is tape of efforts to fight the fire there at the Pentagon. This following the 2 attacks earlier at the World Trade Center. Let's send it back over to Greg Jarrett now. Greg?
All right, thank you very much. Let me read from our hot file some new information coming in from 2 senior counterterrorism officials in the Clinton administration. They tell NBC News that the only organization with motivation and capability to execute a terrorist mission like this is Osama bin Laden. One official described this as the worst intelligence failure since Pearl Harbor, noting these attacks take months, if not years, to plan, and a large number of people. Joining us now on the telephone to talk about this, Lawrence Eagleburger, is former Secretary of State under the Reagan administration. Mr. Secretary, thank you. What is your reaction?
Well, you've said part of it already, which is that this clearly is an intelligence failure of some magnitude. Although, you know, the thing that I'm particularly surprised at is I thought the one thing we had under control was that people couldn't hijack aircraft in the U.S. anymore, but it's fairly clear now that that's also failed. I thought we had that one pretty well licked, but apparently we don't.
Osama bin Laden, how hard is he to find, to capture? How elusive is he?
He's very elusive. We've had a hard time tracking him. Having said that, since I happen to believe that this now is as much an act of war as anything, I think it now becomes much more incumbent upon us to go massively against him, not just try to find him, but any place where he may have been, and any government which may have housed him, as far as I'm concerned, now ought to be declared an enemy, and we ought to declare ourselves at war with all of them, and we ought to get massively engaged in cleaning it out, even if we are not necessarily hitting precisely the people that did this.
If the ruling Taliban in Afghanistan has been, if they have been housing these terrorist camps, and our intelligence indicates that, correct?
Yep.
Then what should we do?
We should take action against the Taliban government. We should take action against Afghanistan.
What kind of action?
Military action, and in massive quantities if necessary. Look, the basic point, it seems to me, and I don't think we ought to panic on this, and I sound like I am and I'm not, but the basic point here is this is, as far as I'm concerned, the greatest equivalent to Pearl Harbor we've had in the last 60 years. And it's an act of war, and we ought to respond to it that way.
Lawrence Eagleburger, former Secretary of State. If you'd stand by for just a moment, let's go to NBC's Andrea Mitchell for more from your vantage point. Andrea, where are you and what can you contribute?
The State Department has been evacuated, so I am here in the Washington Bureau, and Secretary Eagleburger is exactly right. The view within this administration, as within prior administrations, is that this is an act of war and that they do have plans. They have already, within the last 3 weeks, warned the Taliban government in Afghanistan that any act against the United States would be considered an act of war against the Taliban, against Afghanistan, or by the Taliban, I should say, and that retaliation would be done against Afghanistan. You will recall that after the embassy bombings in Tanzania and in Kenya, the U.S. did retaliate against Afghanistan and did retaliate against Sudan. That one, the latter, against Sudan, highly controversial because there were suggestions that they didn't have adequate evidence that Sudan was really implicated. But Secretary Eagleburger knows this as well as anyone, or better than most. This is going to prompt military action by the United States. The immediate problem, of course, is how to respond to what could be an ongoing crisis, given the fact that we have other airplanes that may or may not have been hijacked and that buildings are still being secured, that we had an incident at the Pentagon today. The State Department has been evacuated. The NSC top officials are right now in the Situation Room conducting meetings. Other NSC officials are across the street in the old Executive Office building, but everyone else is out of the White House. At the CIA, George Tenet, the Director of Central Intelligence, is in meetings with his top officials, not in his normal operations center, not in his office, but in a special secure location. The State Department Operations Center has been moved out of its location to another location in Virginia.
Mr. Secretary Lawrence Eagleburger, are you still with us? If you are, what happens? You've worked for a great many years in government. What happens in the Situation Room? What does the president do with his advisors?
Well, you know, assuming that this president acts like most presidents, he will gather them together and he'll ask for advice, and in the last analysis, he will make up his mind on what ought to be done. He'll have to hear from particularly his military advisors on what is available to react. You'll have to hear from Secretary Powell on how you deal with the other governments around the world to explain what it is we're doing, assuming we decide to do something. And by the way, I hope it is more than what we did when we responded to some of the last time. We need to, this is massive, the retaliation has to be massive, and I might say, I don't care very much about which terrorists they're going after. If they are clearly terrorists and they are antagonistic to the U.S., they ought to be considered, although it is also true that Osama bin Laden ought to be target number one. But anyway, the president will go through the discussion, and in the end, he will ask for suggestions on what ought to be done. They will put together a program and a plan, and he will bless it, and then they will go off and do it.
Mr. Secretary, I want to ask you a few more questions about Osama bin Laden, who increasingly, as the minutes and hours move on, is now probably the focus of our investigation into this very sophisticated and highly coordinated attack that took place beginning shortly before 9 o'clock this morning. We want to show our viewers who are just now joining us some of the videotape. The first tower had been struck, and there is the second plane, a terrorist attack, a hijacked American commercial jetliner crashing into the Second World Trade Center within an hour. Both towers collapsed to the ground. We heard NBC's Pat Dawson interviewing authorities. They anticipated that there were as many as 10,000 people inside each of these buildings when the day began. And as you see, the collapse of the second building, it is unclear how many of them were still trapped inside, how many of them were able to get out. People on the ground as well died. To update also, beyond just Manhattan, the Pentagon, also the target of a terrorist attack, apparently, according to eyewitness, a jetliner that had been, we presume, hijacked as well, crashing into the Pentagon. United Airlines now confirming a flight from Newark, New Jersey to San Francisco crashed near Pittsburgh. In all, it is believed 4 hijacked planes, bringing so much horrific destruction. Also, we should tell you, planes across America have been grounded. Airports are closed. The nation's capital has been evacuated. The White House evacuated. And once again, you see the second crash of a hijacked jetliner into the World Trade Center towers that then came tumbling down.
There are a series of reports to give you from all across the United States. Governments, state governments reacting everywhere to what has happened. We'll bring you a list in just a moment, but let's go to Lester. He has an update for us.
All right, we're getting a little more information about the planes used in the attack of the World Trade Center. American Airlines is providing information now. It says two of its airplanes were hijacked, both used in the attacks on the Trade Center. One was Flight 11 from Boston to Los Angeles. It was hijacked. That plane driven into one of the towers. The other plane was Flight 77. I don't have information yet on the kind of airplane involved there. American says those two planes carried a combined 156 people. Both of the attacks of the World Trade Center involved hijacked American Airlines planes. Keep in mind there were two United planes hijacked today. As you reported, the 757 from Newark to San Francisco is the one that apparently went down near Pittsburgh or in Pennsylvania. The other United flight, 175 from Boston to LAX, also hijacked. We have not confirmed the status of that airplane other than it was apparently hijacked, that according to the FBI. So we now know that both of the American planes were used in the New York attacks. United Airlines has apparently also lost two planes to hijackers as well. Greg, Chris?
Let me go back to former Secretary of State Lawrence Eagleburger, and let me read from Reuters, Mr. Secretary. Quote, "It is most likely the work of Islamic fundamentalists. Osama bin Laden warned 3 weeks ago that he would attack American interests in an unprecedented attack, a very big one." This, according to the editor of the London-based Arab newspaper. Mr. Secretary, given that the warning was well known, and certainly American intelligence must have known about it, and given the fact that we knew that Osama bin Laden favors the use of aircraft and has launched a couple of attacks, one of which was actually defeated before it took place through intelligence, how is it we could not have known about this?
Well, I think that's fairly understandable. You said, or somebody said, that this was highly sophisticated and very well planned, and I think that's true, including obviously the ability to keep the thing quiet, and obviously also it required a great deal of money, which leads you again back to Osama bin Laden. The one thing I don't understand, and it's critical to the rest of this, I guess, is, as I said, I thought we had licked the problem of hijacked aircraft in this country. It can only tell me that there was really sloppy procedures at these airports if, in fact, they were able to get on these aircraft and then hijack them. If we had been able to prevent that, a lot of this wouldn't have happened. What I have to say I don't understand is the ability to hijack these aircraft. I thought we had that under control. Once you've got these aircraft in your hands, it's awfully hard to see how, unless we had fighter aircraft over New York City, it's awfully hard to see how we could have prevented what happened. That isn't to say that there wasn't an intelligence failure. Clearly there was. Having said that, I'm prepared to say that I don't think that was unexpected half as much as this ability to hijack these aircraft. That I simply do not understand.
Former Secretary of State Lawrence Eagleburger, many thanks. We appreciate it, sir.
My privilege.
Chris?
A police official now saying, on the condition of anonymity to the Associated Press, that the number of casualties from today's attacks on the World Trade Center could be in the thousands. You only had to look at the pictures to understand the enormity of the potential for loss of life. Estimated at least 10,000 people in each tower at the time of the attacks. Felipe Ayola was on the 81st floor when a plane struck the tower. He is on the phone with us now. Were you in the first or the second tower, sir?
I was in the second.
Tell us what you saw and heard and what happened.
I was actually on 81 and on 2 World Trade, and then an explosion, and it was in 1 World Trade, and I saw the flames. I ran down to 78, which is the main concourse, where I met up with my wife and co-workers, and then I was asked to go back upstairs because it was safe, and the problem was only in 1 World Trade. And then when I went upstairs, I left my wife there, told her it was okay. I went up to 81. I was looking out the window with a co-worker of mine as another explosion happened, and the entire room just collapsed on me. And I was able to find stairs, and I can't find my wife, and I'm looking around now for her. So if she's listening, I just want to let her know that I'm okay, and I'm trying to find her.
I believe that I'm going to go through my notes right now, and we are being told that there is a place, sir, where you can call the Red Cross. They are trying to do some tracking. 877 Red Cross. You can call 877 Red Cross, and they may be able to give you some information. They are trying to keep track of people. We wish you the best. I do not want to keep Mr. Iola on the phone when he does not know where his family is. You can call 877 Red Cross. Please let us know if your family is okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, bye.
We are now learning that there is another bomb threat, and Greg, while you go to that, let me tell you a number of things that are happening across the United States. Government buildings in Washington are closed. There are a number of evacuations all across the country, building closings across the country, from the Space Needle in Seattle being closed as a precaution. Government buildings all across the country are on a state of high alert and have been closed. Greg, what are you learning from the hot note?
Dateline Cleveland from Associated Press. Mayor Michael White now says a Boeing 767 out of Boston has made an emergency landing at Cleveland Hopkins International Airport because of concerns it may have a bomb. So the threat continues. We are on
All 4 Disney parks have now been closed in the Orlando area. Presumably there are evacuations there, but all 4 Disney parks in the area of Orlando, Florida have been closed. In Los Angeles, police have gone on tactical alert. Governor Gray Davis has convened a meeting of the State Emergency Council. We understand that in Massachusetts, the acting governor, Jane Swift, has moved government operations to a bunker. Federal buildings in West Virginia, Maryland, Pennsylvania, and Delaware have been closed. Maryland has closed all of its public schools. Now let's go over to Lester.
Chris, I'm looking at the airplanes involved here and have concluded, just based on the information, that in air traffic control centers, they must have known something was up. Let's take, for example, the American Flight 11. It's a 767 going from Boston to L.A. New York City is not one of the places it will cross over on that flight. That plane at some point left its flight path with no doubt several minutes warning before it entered the New York area. Now, whether the crew on board was instructed to declare an emergency, said we have a problem, we don't know. But that would give you a good indication that air traffic controllers knew something was amiss. Take a look at the other American flight, American 77. That was going from Washington Dulles to L.A. American says it was involved in the World Trade Center attack. Again, New York is not between Dulles and Los Angeles. So once again, this is a plane that controllers would have seen veer from its flight path. The United flight, the one we believe down in western Pennsylvania, that one that would have been on its flight path. But those 2 that involved the New York attack would suggest that warning bells were going off somewhere. They may not have known the intentions, but they knew something was going wrong with those airplanes with some lead time. Tell me, we want to go to Jim Cummins now, who has been covering the American Airlines news conference. Jim?
That's right, Lester. We just a short time ago had a spokesman for American Airlines come out and say, and they are still gathering information. They're still not sure when they're going to have this briefing. But as you mentioned earlier, they had this release. I never thought I would be reading something like this. And it says American Airlines confirmed today that it lost 2 aircraft in tragic incidents this morning. They said the flights were Flight 11, as you said, a Boeing 767 en route from Boston to Los Angeles with 92 people on board. Flight 77, a Boeing 757 operating from Washington Dulles to Los Angeles with 64 people on board. That includes, of course, the flight crews. That comes out to a total of 156. And they said because of heightened security, due to the nature of today's events, American said it is working closely with U.S. government authorities. It says the government has shut down the entire air traffic system in the United States. American TWA and American Eagle will not operate. I stopped at DFW Airport on the way out here today. What they have done is they have sealed off the airport at every security checkpoint. There was a lot of confusion, a lot of pandemonium. Some people got sealed into the airport, others couldn't get in. They came to meet flights. Flights were just being canceled one after the other while I was standing there looking at the monitors. And so the situation here at American Airlines headquarters in Fort Worth, Texas is this. Americans officials are meeting, they're huddled, they're trying to sort out what's going on. They told us they're going to have a statement sometime today, but we don't know yet when that will be. Lester?
And again, Jim, we want to put, here's the flights we know involved today that were hijacked. American Flight 11, Boston to Los Angeles, American Flight 77, both of those in the Trade Center attacks. There, United Flight 175, Boston to LAX. We don't know, we haven't confirmed the status of what happened to that airplane. And United 93, Newark to San Francisco, believed to be down in Pennsylvania. Jim, have American officials given us any indication on what communications preceded these crashes?
They have not. As you can imagine, there is a lot of concern here. Everywhere you walk, you see American employees looking just absolutely distressed. So the only information they have given us is just this one sheet of paper, which they handed out in a very low-key fashion, describing, in effect, 2 hijacked planes that were crashed today, killing, as I said, 156 people on those planes. They haven't said anything else about, you know, if they had any early indications of this, but presumably, as you pointed out, these planes were definitely, you know, diverted quickly, and so American would have found that out rather soon, I think, earlier this morning, and knew that something terrible was in the works.
All right, Jim Cummins, and if in fact controllers knew something was going on, the only thing they can really do is steer other planes out of the area. If they don't have contact with the plane, if it's left its flight path, all they can do is clear other airplanes out of the area as we watch once again one of those American planes plunging directly into the World Trade Center. Greg, Chris?
And of course, subsequently, both of the towers at the World Trade Center collapsed. Teresa Ward, who is on the phone with us now, was in the second building, the second tower, when the first one collapsed. Thank you for being with us at this difficult time. Tell us where you were, what you saw and heard. Can you hear us, Teresa Ward? We seem to...
Peter has me on hold for CNBC.
Hi, Teresa?
Yes, hi.
Hi, this is Chris Jansing at MSNBC. I understand that you were in the second building when the first one collapsed, is that right?
I was in the second building when the plane hit One World Trade.
What can you tell us about what you saw and heard?
Well, I was at my desk, just, you know, starting my day, and we felt a shudder. The entire building sort of shuddered. And at first we didn't really think, we sort of didn't know what happened, and we looked out the window and there was just debris and papers like a ticker tape parade falling from the sky. And immediately we just everybody calmly walked down the stairs, and a lot of people who had already been part of the original bombing were there with us, and we all calmly started exiting the building. And then we heard an announcement that there was an incident in one World Trade Center, but 2 World Trade Center was fine, so we could return to our offices. So we then took the elevator down, and clearly that was not correct. And as soon as I got out of the building, I could see that there was a second explosion because there was just burning debris coming down, showering on us, and we had to run for cover. And then they rushed us back into the concourse, and we were able to exit the other way. And by the time I got up to Houston Street, I turned around and you could see that 2 World Trade Center was just a cloud of smoke.
So you had been told to go back to your offices, but you made the decision to leave the building?
Yeah.
Obviously,
at that point, though, there was only an incident in 1 World Trade Center, and no one really knew what the incident was.
And you mentioned that you were with people who were there during the other attack, which you're talking about, the 1993 bombing. Right. What was the conversation? What were people saying? What were they doing as you were getting out of the building?
You know, we were just calmly walking down the stairs, thinking, you know, what the heck happened? You know, somebody said a plane hit the building. Another person said a bomb. We really had no clue what was happening. So everybody was relatively calm, having been through the experience of the first one, and there wasn't any smoke in the stairwells this time or anything like that. So the mood was very calm, and we were able to get out. But we got out right away as soon as we felt the shudder of the first explosion. So we were very, very fortunate.
You were, and thank you so much for calling us, and thanks so much. We're so glad that you are safe.
Make sure everyone and my friends and my family keep calling. I'm fine. Everybody's fine. Thank you very much.
Teresa expressing what certainly thousands of people are going through right now as they desperately try to reach family members who may have been in the World Trade Center or in that area this morning. The number of those certainly could number into the hundreds of thousands. And let me just tell you that the office of former President Gerald Ford has released a statement. Here it is. The United States must react strongly against this unconscionable terrorist attack. America should move aggressively to retaliate. Our governments must do everything possible to protect our citizens, echoing essentially the call of a former Secretary of State Lawrence Eagleburger, who said this is an act of war and America must take decisive action.
You are watching NBC News coverage on MSNBC. Two planes shortly before 9 o'clock East Coast time crashed into the World Trade Center, collapsing both towers. The loss of life is no doubt catastrophic. The Pentagon also hit apparently by a suicide bomber who hijacked a commercial jetliner. We're following all of these terrorist attacks, and the question is, how could it have happened? Bill Arkin joins us now on the telephone. He is a military analyst and a consultant to MSNBC and NBC News. Sir, thank you for taking the time. The Rudman Hart Commission report earlier this year itemized the many ways the U.S. is, they said, totally unguarded, a sitting duck for a terrorist attack. The report said the U.S. would be hit, and hit very hard and very soon. Gerald Ford has suggested that we should strike aggressively. What should the U.S. do, and what will it do?
Well, it seems to me that there's sort of two things that Americans should think about today. I mean, one is our lack of preparedness. Even after the USS Cole was blown up in 1999 and the Khobar Towers incident in 1996 and the World Trade Center incident in 1993, our intelligence establishment has not solved the problem of doing any counterterrorism. As was said earlier on the air, these airplanes veered off of their courses, and yet no warnings could be delivered to the prospective targets of those hijackings. And our counterterrorism apparatus is really not able to respond. I mean, yes, we could lash out in the next day or a few days at the training camps of Osama bin Laden, as President Clinton did in Afghanistan. We could attack other terrorist organizations, but I'm not confident at this point that we really have a handle on understanding either who was responsible or where indeed they are to be found. There was just a story in the news this morning that was essentially saying that Palestinian organizations are having trouble coping with the number of suicide bomber volunteers that they're getting now to attack Israeli targets. This is not necessarily an easy problem to solve, but if I were an American today and I were thinking about this incident besides the enormous human tragedy involved, what I would certainly focus my attention on is how it is that we could possibly spend $30 billion a year on the U.S. intelligence establishment and have established hundreds of counterterrorism organizations in the last decade to deal with this very problem, and yet could be faced with such a massive tragedy at the same time.
One official said this was so sophisticated, so highly coordinated, it must have taken many months, if not a year or a year and a half, to plan. Where do we fail with our counterterrorism?
We failed because this morning at 8:59, before this incident occurred, at the Central Intelligence Agency in McLean and at the NSA headquarters in suburban Maryland, there were as many people working on the armed forces of Botswana as there were working on real-time counterterrorism issues. We have a constipated, blind intelligence establishment that we pay enormous amounts of money from our tax dollars every year, and they do not have their priorities focused on protecting American interests and American security. They're trying to do everything, and therefore they do nothing. And I think we are very passive in our response to counterterrorism as well. I mean, in this incident today, obviously, when two buildings like this are attacked, the disaster preparedness and medical establishment is going to have a very difficult time keeping up. This is not the scale of attack that any city, even New York City, prepares for. But having said that, we've focused so much attention in the past decade on responding to terrorist incidents. It seems to me that we have no idea of how we can avoid them in the first place, and we keep finding ourselves in this type of situation where I cannot say as an expert that I see any real changes in how we track terrorist organizations or how we deal with them or how we try to predict what they are doing in such a way that we are actually protecting American lives.
Bill Arkin, if you'll stand by for just a moment, we want to ask you a few more questions. Thank you.
Greg, you mentioned the Rudman Hart report. I'm holding it in my hand. It's a book. It's 146 pages long, and it says, as you indicated, that America is vulnerable to a catastrophic attack on the U.S. homeland. There have been 4 today, 2 in Lower Manhattan at the World Trade Center, another plane crash in Pittsburgh, and an attack as well on the Pentagon. Now, NBC's Joe Johns is standing by for us in Washington. We had heard quite a while ago about a report, Joe, that there was an attack on the Capitol as well. That is unfounded. Joe Johns, can you hear us? We apparently have lost contact with NBC's Joe Johns, but I am told that when he was on the phone just a short time ago, he was confirming that any reports of attacks on the U.S. Capitol are unfounded. Nevertheless, Washington is virtually shut down. Okay. Major buildings there have been evacuated. Let's go now to NBC's Joe Johns. Joe, what can you tell us?
Well, Chris, to my knowledge, no attack on the U.S. Capitol so far. There has been a great deal of concern, obviously. Right now, the city of Washington, D.C. as a whole is under lockdown. If you look at the Capitol just behind me, it was evacuated probably starting around 9:30 this morning Eastern Time. The Speaker of the House of Representatives was escorted out. Both the House and the Senate adjourned for the day. All of the employees in all of the buildings sent home. The police have evacuated the streets around the Capitol, and traffic is snarled, any traffic that can get close to the Capitol building. Now, let me just give you a view. As you look across the horizon here, you can see the smoke rising from what I'm told is the Pentagon, where the apparent attack occurred earlier today. Senator John Warner of the state of Virginia, which is where the Pentagon is located, told reporters today that this today is another Pearl Harbor for the United States. Obviously, a great deal of concern here among the members of Congress. We talked a little while earlier today to Congressman Porter Goss, who happens to be the chairman of the House Intelligence Committee. He said, of course, the United States has a number of contingencies available. While he was speaking, there were 2 loud booms. Not sure exactly what those were. Chris, back to you.
Now, we understand there were those military surveillance flights over Washington, D.C. Have you been able to see them, Joe?
We have seen, as a matter of fact, within just the last 3 or 4 minutes, a military plane which looked like it was scrambling either out of Bolling Air Force Base or out of Andrews Air Force Base, which is obviously the Air Force Base of choice in the Washington, D.C. area for military flights. That's about all we said. One thing that was of particular interest that really set off a huge stir at the Capitol between 9:30 and 9:45 Eastern Time, there was what appeared to be a very large plane, perhaps a 747. I saw it with my own eyes flying high above the Capitol, nonetheless directly above the Capitol, and then it veered off to a northwesterly direction. Highly unusual, because we have always presumed here in Washington, D.C. that for the most part, and certainly on a day like this, the area over the United States Capitol is, in fact, restricted airspace. A number of others saw that, too. No clear word on what that plane was. From the distance, I could see no markings on it. It took a sharp right turn and just flew away, and we have no idea what it was.
NBC's Joe Johns, thank you very much. Want to make this point. The enormity of what has happened across the United States is almost unfathomable. A police source in New York City saying that it is likely, it is possible that thousands of lives have been lost in this terrorist attack. against the United States. In addition, the Federal Reserve reports it is ready to provide additional money to the U.S. banking system as needed following today's attacks. The economic fallout could very well be in the billions of dollars.
We have been watching all morning long what was caught on videotape, and there you see it. The collapse of one of the two twin towers of the World Trade Center. In the end, both came crashing to the ground. We did hear an official say 10,000 people are normally in each of those buildings. However, we've double-checked our statistical information, and we have 50,000 workers in the two towers. And in addition to that, they usually have about 150,000 visitors every day in that complex. Lester?
As Chris says, unfathomable to think how many people may have been affected by this. New York has one of the finest hospital and trauma network systems in the country. One of those places nearby, St. Vincent's Hospital in Greenwich Village. That's where NBC's Monica Devotny is reporting from now. Monica, describe the scene.
Lester, I'm sorry I'm having a little bit of a tough time hearing you. Let me just describe what I can see here. We're on West 12th. It's about 30 or 40 blocks, I would say, from the World Trade Center. Just to describe how far we are, my cameraman and sound man who arrived here before I did told me that when they got here, they were able to see a direct shot from our corner here of the two towers. They could see the towers flaming. Now there is nothing to see but billowing smoke. Absolutely nothing but smoke. As far as the hospital goes, lining the front of the hospital right now are dozens of hospital workers. They have been here for as long as I've been here, at least an hour, with stretchers lined up. They are waiting for victims to be brought in. There are also wheelchairs here, and the ambulances are coming in more and more frequently. When I first arrived about an hour ago, they were coming in every 10 to 15 minutes. Now, the frequency seems to be up about every 5 minutes. We have no number for sure on the number of victims brought to this hospital yet. I'm told there will be a briefing in a few minutes, so we'll get those numbers to you when we get them. As far as the ambulances go, we're seeing victims being pulled out in stretchers. Also seeing the NYPD coming in cars dropping off victims who are in better condition, who are actually able to walk. Everyone appears to be covered in soot. The rescue workers are covered. One ambulance just pulled up about 5 minutes ago. It was filled with firefighters who were all covered in soot, and they were all placed into wheelchairs and wheeled up. We assume smoke inhalation there. One of the ambulances, when they opened it up to pull out the victims, water flooded out, so we can only assume that the scene there must be absolute chaos as they're trying to fight the fires and bring victims as quickly as possible. Let me see what else I can tell you. It's getting a little bit loud here. We're getting another round of NYPD. There are priests and rabbis here on the scene also walking around. We just saw a very moving moment where a priest was actually counseling a rescue worker. There will be countless stories, obviously, as this continues to unfold. Similar to what we saw in Oklahoma City, I'm sure, of the devastation that these rescue workers are seeing as they go in. Also, there's a white building just across the street here, and there's already a line of people because they're desperate for blood donations at this point. So New Yorkers lining up. There are hundreds of New Yorkers as this whole block is cordoned off, people watching, concerned, trying to get a look at the scene, trying to get a look at the victims. But many of them are choosing to line up now because they've been asked to give blood donations. That is the story from here right now. As I said, in a few minutes, we're expected to get a briefing from hospital officials, so we hope to get some more numbers, some more accurate numbers on the actual number of victims that have been brought in at this point. Lester?
All right, Monica Devotny at St. Vincent's Hospital in Greenwich Village. We are getting word from the Associated Press. United Airlines now confirming a second airplane has crashed. Now, I think we have already reported that two of their planes were hijacked. One was going from Newark to San Francisco. That is the one that presumably went down in Pennsylvania. The other flight is a Boston to Los Angeles flight, a 767. The airline is now confirming that plane went down. They have not given the location. Keep in mind, a plane apparently hit the Pentagon. That plane has not previously been identified. But again, United and American both confirming they have lost two planes this morning. That Boston-Los Angeles one, we cannot say for certainty whether it is linked to this apparent coordinated series of terrorist attacks. But again, the airline now confirming it has lost a second airplane today. Airports across the country are shut down for commercial traffic. Keep in mind, there are still a lot of other airplanes out there that don't traditionally fly at the higher altitudes under radar control. I'm told we've got something else crossing. What do we got? Okay, let's see something else coming. I don't see it, guys. What do you got? Okay, we're still. Okay, I'm gonna continue scanning the wires here. We're apparently getting some information, but Greg, let me send it back to you right now and figure out what's going on.
Let me just update you, if I can, Lester, because precautions are being taken all across the United States, and I just want to summarize a few of them because this is having an impact from coast to coast. The state of California is on high alert. The state's emergency council has convened there. In Colorado, city and state offices have stepped up security around government buildings. In Florida, security has been heightened at federal courts. Walt Disney World evacuated, closed all 4 of its parks in the Orlando area, as well as its shopping and entertainment complex. We had heard earlier that Governor Jeb Bush had convened an emergency meeting. In Georgia, all flights, obviously, at the airport are closed. The Sears Tower shut down in Chicago, Illinois. The National Guard there on a state of heightened alert throughout the state of Illinois. In Maryland, security officials tightening security all throughout the state. Security, not surprisingly, heightened at Andrews Air Force Base. Schools are closed there. In Nevada, security has been increased at casinos on the Las Vegas Strip, at federal buildings across the state, at Nellis Air Force Base near Las Vegas. All the airports and the river crossings into New York City from New Jersey have been closed. In North Carolina, military bases are preparing for a possible change in status. In Pennsylvania, National Park Service officials meeting to determine whether the city's high-profile tourist attractions, which include the Liberty Bell Independence Hall, will be closed. There are many more across the country, but let's go now back to Lower Manhattan. Rick Sanchez has been there throughout this morning for us. Rick, tell us where you are and what the latest is.
Well, I'm in that area, if you're familiar with this area of where West Broadway and Hudson come together. Right at Chambers. That would put us about a block and a half away from the site of where the explosion was. That area has just been evacuated because police have found what they describe as a suspicious device, and they fear that it might be something that could lead to another explosion. Obviously, there's a real sense of caution here on the part of police. I spoke with some police officials moments ago, Chris, and they told me that they have reason to believe that one of the explosions at the World Trade Center, aside from the ones that may have been caused by the impact of the plane with the building, may have been caused by a van that was parked in the building that may have had some type of explosive device in it. So their fear is that there may have been explosive device planted either in the building or in the adjacent area, and that's why they're being so cautious in this vicinity right now. As far as the area is concerned, we're completely engulfed in soot and in ash, and where the building once stood, looking at it from where we are right now, from ground level, you still can't see through the soot. It's still so dark, it would be like a thunderstorm cloud in the middle of a summer rainfall, but right standing in the middle of New York City, so you can't actually see through it. It's quite something to see.
But in terms of officials, in terms of police, in terms of rescue, in terms of firefighters, what can you tell us?
This is what they're trying to do. They're trying to set up several field forces to go into command centers. Some of them have been set up, but it's really still preliminary. This is why it's so difficult for them in this area where we are. Imagine they came here originally to deal with the crisis. They set up some command centers, and they had many of their chiefs and many of their supervisors in the area of the building. The second and third explosions literally have wreaked havoc on those field forces and those command centers, so they've had to back up, and now they're trying to see how they can approach it again. They are enlisting the support of doctors in this area. One, a medical conference that happened to be down the street in Manhattan. Surgeons from all over the country that happened to be here in New York City. They've gone to the hotel, put them on a bus, and they've just brought them into this area, and they're going to be assisting in this triage unit that they're hoping to set up. We're still not sure that they've actually been able to set it up, but to be perfectly honest with you, Chris, it appears to us, looking at it here firsthand, that officers and rescue officials are really having an uphill time trying to figure out exactly how they're going to attack this problem. I did see some fire rescue officials going in with picks and axes, so it did appear that they're at least moving into the area, but with a lot of caution.
Rick Sanchez, thank you very much. A tragedy of unprecedented proportions in lower Manhattan, one of at least 4 places where there have been apparent terrorist attacks against the United States. As we continue our coverage here, Joe Cantamesa is sitting with me. Investigator. Separate this out. You have an immediate problem, Joe, obviously, that we just heard Rick explain, which is in these various locations, Washington, Pennsylvania, New York City, there is a disaster on hand that needs to be dealt with. But I read a list in states across the country. They're going on alert. How do individual governments, how does the federal government even begin to deal with the possibility of an ongoing terrorist threat?
Well, wherever possible, they should be maintaining any type of proactive preparation to protect or minimize any damage should there be an attack somewhere else. Right now, the chaos and confusion that is certainly in Manhattan and at the Pentagon and other locations are really being hampered by the unsafe conditions. We can see what happened by just the timing of the tower collapses after the initial strikes. So confusion has got to be rampant.
WPXI is our local affiliate in Pennsylvania. Let's listen into their coverage again. That is where a plane crash happened at Somerset County Airport.
From downtown.
It's really nothing like we've ever seen before here. I think that's safe to say. And again, just a quick update on the plane crash here in our area. It was United 757. We don't know how many people are on board. We have to assume the worst given the pictures we've seen there and the accounts of the scene of a crater in the ground and very, very little in the way of debris. Rick Earl just telling us that the largest piece they found is about 5 feet long. There is again shots of New York as the unbelievably.
That's the second tower, the first tower that was hit first collapsing, but the second one to collapse.
And the Pittsburgh incident that they were describing, United Airlines Flight 93, a 757 from Newark to Washington National to San Francisco International in California. That was the itinerary. Other planes includes American Airlines Flight 11, Boston to LAX with 81 passengers, 9 flight attendants and 2 pilots. American Flight 77, a 757 from Dulles to LAX, Los Angeles, 58 passengers, 4 flight attendants, 2 pilots. And United Airlines Flight 175, a 767 from Boston to Los Angeles. We don't know the number of passengers and crew members at this point, but it all began this morning a little before 9 a.m. Eastern Time when the first of 2 towers of the World Trade Center were attacked by terrorists, a hijacked plane that flew directly into the World Trade Center.
Joining us now on the telephone, Rick Hahn, who was involved in the investigation into the World Trade Center bombing back in '93 and the Oklahoma City bombing as well. Mr. Hahn, your reaction?
This coordinated attack is the most grotesque terrorist event that the world has ever seen. And at this point in time, it is not untypical. You'll have a lot of different claims of credit from different organizations. For example, at World Trade Center in '93, there were actually 5 different groups that claimed credit initially. We don't know at this point in time who may be responsible for this, but woe be to them. I think that America will not rest until those culpable for this have been brought to justice.
Mr. Hahn, you are probably familiar with the Rudman Hart Commission, reported earlier this year, itemizing in great detail. In fact, I'm holding it here in my hand. In many ways, the U.S. is unguarded, a sitting duck for this kind of terrorist attack. The report said the U.S. is going to be hit hard and hit very soon, and it happened today, September 11, 2001. Let's go to Chris Brown, who is our NBC Pentagon correspondent, or producer, excuse me. Rick, go ahead.
I am in a makeshift public information office about a mile or so away from the Pentagon. It's where the Navy has kind of set up some temporary operations right now.
And describe the scene.
Well, it's just an office right now. People are just trying to find out where each other is. Obviously, cell phones are not working very well. We're actually set up inside the offices of the Virginia Department of Transportation office here, and people are really right now just trying to find out where everyone is and try to coordinate what's going on.
Chris, what's the U.S. response to all of this?
Well, right now, we have been told by U.S. officials that 2 Navy carrier battle groups, the USS George Washington and the USS John F. Kennedy, are being dispatched out of Norfolk Naval Base right now. They are getting underway and heading up the eastern seaboard. Presumably, one will be sent up as far up the Chesapeake Bay as possible to cover the Washington, D.C. area, and the other will be heading towards New York City. That is not definite right now in terms of which is going where, or both may be heading towards New York. That is uncertain right now, but we do know that 2 carrier battle groups are getting underway from Norfolk and heading up the eastern seaboard as we speak.
Chris Brown, the producer over there at the Pentagon, thanks very much for that update. Rick Hahn, I trust you were listening to that. What do you anticipate would be the next
right,
move?
thanks,
Rick, you still there?
Yes, I am.
All right. Rick, I held up the Redmond Hart Commission that said we were going to get attacked like this. We were a sitting duck for a terrorist attack. It would hit hard and it would hit soon. Where did we fail?
I don't think that we necessarily did fail. This is a very free nation. There's no nation in the world where you can travel about and do the things that you do in the United States.
Why didn't our counterterrorism unit, and especially the CIA, know of this ahead of time? This is a very sophisticated, well-coordinated attack that must have taken months, according to a senior State Department official, if not years.
The intelligence community regularly gets all types of information regarding potential threats. There is, however, a chasm between freedom of speech, where people talk about doing things, and the actual acts themselves. And it's frequently impossible to discern whether someone is merely talking or, in fact, is planning to do some sort of terrorist event. I suspect that if we had any sort of information at all regarding this in advance, that it was still being evaluated.
We did, and let me turn to Joe Cantamesa. Rick, if you'll hang on for just a moment. It was reported 3 weeks ago by the editor of an Arab newspaper that Osama bin Laden planned this kind of an attack very soon. He said it would be an unprecedented attack.
Clearly that statement has been made, and the intelligence community was doing what it normally does in trying to collect and analyze information that's readily available. We have a real serious issue, however, with Osama bin Laden and his group in particular, that they use sophisticated communications, satellite communications. They move around a lot. They use encryption, and they use a great deal of anonymity, where a lot of the information that certainly went into this particular planning session clearly was either missed or not adhered to.
A couple of updates. The Kennedy Space Center has been closed. The shuttles are in their hangars. The Kennedy Space Center has been closed. First Lady Laura Bush, when these attacks first occurred, was about to make her policy debut before a Senate committee. After the announcement of what had happened by Senator Edward Kennedy, who is chairman of the commission, she said, "Our hearts and prayers go out to the victims of this act of terrorism." She was whisked by motorcade to an unidentified secure location away from the White House, which of course has also been threatened by attack. The White House has been evacuated. We are told she was able to use a secure phone to talk with her husband, the president, who was on his way back from an appearance in Florida. She has also spoken to her 2 daughters to make sure that they are okay. Her twin daughters are at college, and she has been able to assure that they were all right. Vice President Dick Cheney was at the White House at the time the attacks began. He also has been moved to a separate secure location. That's the latest we're getting off the hot file. Greg?
Let me read Dateline West Bank. Thousands of Palestinians celebrated today's terror attacks in the United States, chanting "God is great" and distributing candy to passers-by, even as their leader, Yasser Arafat, said he was horrified at the attacks. The attacks, of course, and we've been showing you the videotape, 2 planes crashing into the World Trade Center. There is the second plane. Both towers, within an hour, then collapsed. There are as many as 150,000 people that visit the Twin Towers each day, and our estimate is 50,000 total workers. We have no idea how many people had been trapped inside, how many were able to be evacuated.
And in fact, the official listing for the New York City Emergency Response Center is in the World Trade Center on the 23rd floor. We have been hearing from our reporters, our correspondents in the field, that field forces are being set up in various command centers, but the situation around the World Trade Center is extremely dangerous. It is somewhat chaotic. There have been a steady stream since before 9 o'clock this morning of emergency vehicles moving into the area, and there were countless emergency personnel in that area when first one of the World Trade Towers collapsed and then the second.
And the Pentagon took a direct, devastating hit also from an aircraft, and the enduring symbols of American power evacuated today as this apparent terrorist attack quickly spread fear and chaos in the nation's capital. The White House evacuated except for top personnel in the Situation Room. The Capitol has been evacuated, the Capitol building, it's safe. The nation's leaders taken to a secure location. We're going to pause here. We're not going to speak as we watch this horrible collapse of the World Trade Center. Let's listen and watch. The fate of those inside the twin skyscrapers, some 110 stories high, not immediately known. Authorities have been trying to evacuate the 50,000 people who worked there, but many were thought to be trapped inside, and there is the second collapse to the ground. And there were firefighters who were on the scene, in the building. They were around the building as it collapsed. Paramedics were there, ambulance workers. Our own reporters on the scene described an ambulance that literally blew up. And the loss of life here is just catastrophic.
And we also heard from Rick Sanchez, who was on the scene. He was with a group of firefighters who had their radios on, and there were people caught in the wreckage of the Twin Towers who were calling for help. There is a massive emergency situation going on, as you would expect, and you can see these pictures from just a little bit earlier from the World Trade Center. Ken Allard, MSNBC military analyst, is on the phone. Can you hear me, Ken?
Yeah, sure can, Chris. Can you hear me?
Yes, and let me get your reaction to this. Lawrence Eagleburger, the former Secretary of State, was with us a short time ago. He called this an act of war. Gerald Ford called for quick action. Let me get your response.
Well, Chris, I think that's absolutely right. Driving over here to the studio this morning, I could see the smoke from the Pentagon, a building where I worked for 5 years, and that was the only thought that occurred to me. This is the Pearl Harbor of the 21st century. And I don't see any conceivable response to this except to get out of this paradigm that we've had, that this is some problem with the justice system, that this is something that we have to pursue criminal indictments and extradite people. This was an act of war. Osama bin Laden and his group declared that 2 years ago when they attacked our embassies in Africa. And it shows what happens when you don't take the war to him. He takes the war to you, and that's what happened here this morning.
And apparently he issued a warning as recently as just a few weeks ago, Ken. How well prepared are we if we're going to mount a swift and sure response?
Well, Chris, that's going to be the problem. I mean, sitting here right now, I'm having a great deal of difficulty keeping my own emotions in check as a former soldier. Because you see something like this and you have a visceral response. What we're going to have to do is to make sure that what we do is something which we can defend to the rest of the world, because one of the critical points here is that we now have the opportunity to put together a world alliance against this kind of terrorism, and that's the only way in the ultimate, in the last analysis, that we're ever going to be able to defeat it.
And it took something this major, the previous terrorist attacks dating back to the first 1993 bombing of the World Trade Center, and Osama bin Laden is still at large, Ken.
Well, he is not only still at large, I would agree with most of what Bill Arkin had to say about the fact that our intelligence community has not been able to get after him. We always seem to be responding to what he does, okay? You know, that's not the way you win the war against terrorism, okay? You don't have to respond to what he does. You have to make him respond to what you're doing to him. We have never been able to get that edge against him. And I think what's going to happen here is a total change in the way that we, number one, understand what's happened, and number two, how we prosecute a war. And I use that term advisedly. This is a war against terrorism. We ought to declare it, and we ought to fight it.
Ken, this is Greg Jarrett. There have been 2 other foiled attempts in which Osama bin Laden's terrorist network had planned for years to use aircraft in terrorist attacks. There was the so-called Day of Hate over the Pacific, January of 1995. The plan there was to plant bombs in 11 U.S. airliners, all timed to go off during a 48-hour period as they flew over the open Pacific. Fortunately, that plot was foiled, uncovered, when a Manila bomb factory caught fire. Then there was the other planned attack, well known, on the CIA. The plan there was to fly a small aircraft into CIA headquarters. Bin Laden, of course, trained his associates as pilots. The plan was never carried out because an associate was arrested in Manila back in 1995. But looking, given that track record, given the warning we had 3 weeks ago, surely there was something that could have been done to better anticipate this sort of thing.
Well, Greg, I'll go right back to what we've been talking about in terms of the metaphor to Pearl Harbor. I'm constantly struck at how appropriate that is, and I would suspect that when we actually uncover everything that went into the intelligence picture this morning, we will find that, yes, indeed, we should have known, but that's 20/20 hindsight. Greg, you've also been talking about, and I think it's appropriate that we do so, the Graham-Rudman report, right, that was put together by 2 former United States senators. I've read that. They are absolutely correct when they talk about the fact that the United States has been a sitting duck for a long period of time, not only in our airports but also in our borders. Security has been a joke for a very long period of time. And, you know, you leave that open for that long a period of time, and someone's going to take advantage of it. So everything that you've been talking about in terms of foiling a plot against Osama bin Laden, that's fine. You want to try and do that. The only way you win this war, very frankly, is the way that the Israelis have been taking out the Palestinian leadership. And they've been very aggressive in going at that leadership to address that problem right at the source. And we haven't done that.
Our military analyst, Ken Allard. Stand by, Ken, if you would. Your insights appreciated. Over to Lester Holt. Lester?
Right, Greg, we are getting an idea of what air traffic controllers may have seen this morning. The first indication something was happening. We are going to show you with Flight Explorer. That's American Flight 11, Boston to L.A., going up upstate New York, and suddenly makes a sharp turn, 180-degree heading right toward New York City. That's probably at least a 30-minute flight there that controllers know this plane is not only slightly off course, way off course. This again from Flight Explorer. As that plane was being tracked, there it makes that sharp turn way off course on a beeline to New York City, where it slammed into one of the World Trade Center towers today. That plane was scheduled to leave about 7:45 from Boston this morning. It's not clear if that's the one you're seeing there. Remember, 2 airplanes hit separate towers, and we're not clear of the order yet. But this is something I pointed out earlier, that there was indications a good time before these attacks that something horrible was happening. What would an air controller do in a case like this? Not a lot. You could be making radio call after radio call to the plane. When you decide he's not listening or ignoring, all you can do is get on the horn to other planes, clear out of the way. We don't know where this guy's going. Clearly, he was dropping in altitude as well as he's making this approach. This was a plane that would have then come straight into the Newark International Airspace, LaGuardia, JFK, all in that area. So clearly other planes had to have been aware that there was a rogue airplane in the sky. American Airlines only given us a brief statement saying it lost 2 airplanes. We don't know the nature of any conversations that took place between the crew, between the air traffic controllers. They also have their own private data links between the cockpit and the airline headquarters when they have a mechanical problem. An airplane can squawk, what's called squawk, a certain code on its transponder. That lights up at the air traffic control center. It's a code that says I'm being hijacked. There's no voice communications, but if the pilot can somehow surreptitiously punch in that code, it would alert someone to at least know this plane is in trouble. On the phone with us now is, give me the name again. Kathleen Zichi with the NYU Medical Center. Kathleen, can you tell us about the casualties you've received there?
Yes, I'm with NYU Downtown Hospital in Lower Manhattan, and the last count that I have, we have several hundred casualties here, several hundred patients here who are waiting to be, who are being treated. We have at this point 3 fatalities. We had one severe, very severe burn case that was transferred to the burn center, but the entire medical staff has been mobilized, as has the nursing staff, and they are proceeding in a very orderly fashion to treat the patients as they arrive.
Kathleen, I know hospitals such as yours practice disaster drills.
That's
Have you ever
correct.
practiced for anything on the scale of several hundred casualties in your emergency room?
Yes, it has. In fact, it has been practiced as recently as 2 weeks ago. We had a full-scale disaster drill at the hospital.
So tell me what happens now. People are coming by foot, ambulances. How are they getting there?
They are coming by every mode of transportation. That they have been arriving in police cars, ambulances, taxi cabs.
What happens when they arrive? Who makes the decision where they go, where they...
There is a nurse on duty who assesses the degree of the injury and makes a determination about the severity of the injury, and then assigns the patient to a specific area based on the degree of injury.
Can you tell us, is it pandemonium? Is it chaos? Have you managed to find some order in all of this?
There are a great many people here, and there is a very high level of activity. We saw in '93, when we were the primary responder to the World Trade Center explosion at that time, that this kind of situation brings out the absolute finest behavior of our employees and our staff. Everybody from the housekeeping people to the dietary workers have been working as hard as they can to respond to the needs of the patients who are coming through the doors.
Kathleen, do you have a big picture view as to how many hospitals are accepting immediate casualties and who's going where?
Actually, I don't have that information because we're so focused on what is coming through our door at this moment, and that part of the bigger picture, I don't have detailed information about that.
Are there other physicians, nurses, paramedics from outside your hospital who have come there to work?
There have been a number of people who have arrived and have volunteered their services, ranging from nursing students to people in the neighborhood who wanted to do anything they could to help the individuals who were injured.
Kathleen, as we all watched and shuddered as these buildings came crashing down, my first thoughts were so many rescue workers, firefighters, police who were right there on the scene. Have you received a lot of emergency services personnel?
I have seen a number myself in the cafeteria, which is like wall-to-wall patients at this point. And I have seen that a number of them were emergency services personnel. I can't give you any precise breakdown on numbers, but I know that we have people here who have been responding to the disaster.
I have attempted to make my own phone calls into roughly your neighborhood. I know communications is tough.
Yeah, it's very hard from a phone standpoint.
How are you notifying loved ones, patients' families, or are you just simply not able to?
Well, we're getting some calls and some inquiries, and the people who've called, we've asked to be patient with us and to give us callback numbers because there are hundreds of people here, so it does take a bit of time. Excuse me. We're trying our best to respond to the needs of people who are obviously worried and concerned about people that they love. Our first obligation is to keep people alive, and we're doing the best we can to balance both of those considerations.
Kathleen, those of us who are working this from all angles, be it in the anchor chair or in a hospital, we're very caught up in the moment, but has the enormity of what has taken place, has it begun to sink in on you and those who are doing the job you're doing?
Absolutely not. We're too busy here. We're just trying our best to handle to the absolute best of our ability and with every bit of excellence we can muster what the patients need.
Kathleen,
we cannot think of the bigger picture at this point.
And we are going to let you go back to tending to the patients. Kathleen, thanks for taking the time and filling us in. Several hundred casualties at that downtown hospital. While we were talking, this note just crossed over the wires. A Navy public affairs spokesperson telling a Washington network affiliate television station that there are dead inside the Pentagon. One of these hijacked planes came crashing down what appears to be a glancing blow on the Pentagon. In fact, NBC's Jay Barbary spoke to a friend who works in the Pentagon who believed that the pilot appeared to make a deliberate nosedive into the pad area, the helipad area, in a way to avoid the heart of the Pentagon, and perhaps it could have been a heroic act by the pilot. From this friend of Jay Barbary's vantage point, the damage done to the Pentagon came really from the plane's debris, so not a direct hit, perhaps a last-minute effort by a pilot under incredible duress to save as many lives as possible. This is continuing NBC News coverage on MSNBC. Brian Williams now anchors our coverage. Brian?
Lester, thank you. As one government official put it this morning, the United States is in a state of war. We just don't know yet against whom. This is certainly the worst and most coordinated single attack in the history of the United States. There are comparisons today to the feeling around the country the day of the attack on Pearl Harbor. Certainly the largest, most catastrophic collapse of the intelligence system in this country. The day began when people in the metropolitan New York area thought there had been a horrific accident. An aircraft had crashed into one of the two twin towers of the World Trade Center. Then came this. As people were watching the after effects of the first crash, a second plane, and we later learned a hijacked commercial airliner, crashed into the other tower. It was later in the morning, some say as a result of secondary and subsequent explosions, that both towers came down. The skyline of the city of New York today is now permanently changed, and as was the case over 30 years ago, the Empire State Building is now once again the tallest structure as you look at the eerie sight that is the skyline of New York. As people are pausing to do across this area, this is a live picture. This is what it looks like for the millions of people in the New York metropolitan area, any of them who have a vantage point to look over to the city from suburban Long Island, Connecticut, New York, New Jersey, the surrounding areas. The airspace over New York, and for that matter over the continental United States, has been cleaned, sanitized, to use the parlance of the FAA, for some hours now, when it was learned there were 4 hijackings this morning. Again, this is a tightly coordinated attack on the United States by forces as yet unknown to us. President Bush learned of this when he was at a school event in Florida this morning, and he told a stunned audience that there had been a national emergency, a coordinated attack, that 2 aircraft had crashed into the 2 towers of the World Trade Center in New York. The president, and it was reminiscent of Lyndon Johnson being hustled onto Air Force One in Dallas, Texas, was hustled on to the aircraft and left for we knew not where. We have now been told, and the control room is helping me out here, that the president will make a statement shortly that Air Force One has indeed been aloft, but for a short flight. He is at Barksdale Air Force Base in Louisiana. Now, the thinking here is that it was the closest and most heavily fortified military facility. Air Force One does have the ability to refuel in midair. It has never been tested with a president on board, but it does have the capacity. But apparently they have put down, since the White House has been evacuated except for the Situation Room, since a plane crashed at the Pentagon, and since most of official Washington and most of New York has been locked down and evacuated from buildings, it has been deemed that the president is safest at a U.S. military facility. Believe it or not, in present-day America, here we are in the year 2001, and this is the situation. It's 12:40 now here in the East, and we've just been told that the president will speak shortly from Barksdale Air Force Base in Louisiana. Now, we presume the television networks, we should tell you, have agreed to pool resources today as best we all can, so that what is seen on one network will be seen on all. This is not today a competitive business. Today is the business of covering a national tragedy and a national emergency, and the president will have much to say about this when we hear from him. Colin Powell has issued a statement, the Secretary of State. Remember, as I mentioned, he, of course, works out of the State Department where there was a car bomb this morning, and I'm looking for his statement. Here it is. Colin Powell, Dateline, Lima, Peru, Reuters news agency. Secretary of State Colin Powell vowing that terrorism would not crush America or democracy. Cut short his first South American tour Tuesday after massive aircraft attacks in New York and Washington. Quote, "A terrible, terrible tragedy has befallen my nation. Once again, we see terrorism. We see terrorists, people who don't believe in democracy, people who believe that with the destruction of buildings, with the murder of people, they can somehow achieve a political purpose," a somber Powell told a meeting of the Organization of American States in Lima, Peru, just now. 22 international flights are currently in the air, are inbound, and frankly, with nowhere else to go, are going to be given clearance to land in the U.S. This is the only allowance that has been granted so far this morning since the airspace over this country was, quote, sanitized, close quote. They were originally diverted to Canada, but the latest update is 22 inbound flights from overseas locales will be allowed to land in this country. We have with us a man who sadly has joined us all too often over the past decade or so when the news we cover involves air tragedies. David Stempler is president of the Air Travelers Association. David, I'm curious, you've been watching the coverage, listening to it along with all of us. Your reaction?
Shocking. It's just hard to believe. It's hard to fathom the extent of this tragedy and this attack on the United States. It's just beyond our comprehension. And it's not the kind of thing, Brian, that we really expected as a threat. I don't think in any of the security meetings I ever attended did anyone discuss the domestic hijacking threat as one where hijackers would take over airplanes and then attack buildings or attack facilities.
David, I want to go to a graphic that our viewers just saw on our air, and let's try to coordinate this while you talk. You can explain what we're seeing. This is from the website Flight Tracker, which every commercial aircraft, every jet aircraft has a transponder, which is then traced by Global Positioning System. This is the American Airlines flight out of Boston. And David, what are we watching here?
Right. This is something I sent over to you. Flight Explorer, which developed this out in Virginia, sent this over to me. They reconstructed this. This is the flight track of American Airlines flight number 11 as it came out of Boston and was heading on its route to Los Angeles. You'll see 4 lines there. The top line is the airline number, American Airlines flight number 11. The next line, the left number, is the altitude at which the aircraft is at. The right number in that second line is the airspeed. The third line shows the originating point, Boston, and its scheduled destination point, Los Angeles. The last line shows the aircraft type, in this case a Boeing 767-200, and the proposed arrival time in Los Angeles in Eastern Time, at that point 1:49. As we track the airplane out of Boston, it seems to be making a normal departure out of the Boston area. I know your screen shows beyond this at this point. When it gets back to Boston, let's start again. It's coming out of Boston, turns west, going through western Massachusetts, going into upstate New York above Albany, and it makes a very hard left turn there. Now, the folks at Flight Tracker have indicated to me that that plane made that turn at 8:28 a.m., according to the data that they received from the FAA. The flight coordinates, Brian, were 42.8 north, 74.15 west. Now, what's also quite interesting in this tracking is you'll see that when the airplane
did come out of Boston and start heading out west. It was climbing through 29,000 feet, apparently on its way to a higher altitude.
On that classic northern route, by the way, David, that would have taken it across the continent.
Right, and up over Chicago, perhaps, and down into Los Angeles. Great circle route, Brian.
Right.
What we start to notice, and I've had a chance to be able to look at this for some time, Brian, it was at a steady cruising speed of about 457 knots. Just before, or apparently around the time of the hijacking, the speed gets very erratic. It goes to 427 knots, drops about 100 knots down to 340 knots. Maybe that's when they were getting control of the airplane. Back up to 470 knots, up to 495 knots, up over 500 knots, 493, 441, 407, 396, 390 knots, and then finally on the last readout, 313 knots. This is quite a dramatic picture, and you know, Brian, that we would have not seen any kind of tracking like this coming out of an NTSB investigation for months and months and months.
That's right, and that's the advantage here. It's ghoulish, but we get to see what happened, and I don't know if people can appreciate how severe a turn that is on an aircraft that big, and to go from 456 to 340 in terms of speed while turning. It must have been an emergency, and of course now we know. David, we'll return to this topic in 1 second. Hold there with me.
Okay.
We're learning the first of the president's comments from, again, he is at Barksdale Air Force Base in Louisiana. George W. Bush says the U.S. military is on high alert at home and abroad. And as eerie as it is to have to say this, but we have to say this on a day like today, the president is ensuring Americans that he has taken steps to ensure the functioning of the U.S. government. George W. Bush says freedom itself was attacked and freedom will be protected. Barksdale is near Shreveport, Louisiana, and we're joined, David Stempler, stay with us. We're joined by Bill Arkin, our MSNBC military consultant. Bill, why Barksdale?
Well, Barksdale is an old Strategic Air Command base, which is now the headquarters of the 8th Air Force. It is the closest air facility, and that, for that matter, the closest military base to Florida, where you would have the full command center and the strategic nuclear capabilities of the United States. And I don't mean to raise the nuclear issues, but what you have at Barksdale is all of the communications that would support links to every aspect of the U.S. national security complex.
Bill, you mentioned, of course, the ultimate here, and in trying to get to this studio, I encountered several people who were expressing emotions that have not been heard out loud in this country since the last time the United States was attacked on the day of the Pearl Harbor attack. There is a growing sentiment. You hear it anecdotally. You hear it in the media. Tremendous anger, of course, at whoever has done this. And how long can the military wait? How long will they be willing to wait to make sure the U.S. knows just who it's hitting back here?
Well, I think that there's really not much question as to who is responsible for these attacks. There are not very many terrorist organizations in the world that have the networks and the organization and the finances to put something like this so sophisticated together. So though there are 28 terrorist organizations listed in the State Department's Patterns of Global Terrorism report for 2001, there's really only one organization, Osama bin Laden's organization, Al-Qaeda, which has really the ability to do this, and they also have a long history from 1992 when they targeted U.S. troops in Yemen to the embassy bombings in August 1998, of where they have clearly focused their attention on U.S. targets. The problem is that obviously you don't carry out an attack like this and then sit at home waiting for cruise missiles to arrive. I imagine Osama bin Laden and his command structure have also gone underground as part of this overall attack, as would any terrorist organization, even if it's not the Al-Qaeda group. And so I think that you have two problems in mounting military retaliation. One is that that retaliation itself has to be in accordance with American laws and standards. We can't just attack any terrorist organization and then say that makes us feel better. We have to do something which is both legal and which is proportionate to what has occurred. And then secondly, we have to have a target. There has to be an actual target that is suitable to attack. And I think that as the intelligence establishment now sorts through information and tries to figure out the source of the attack and the locations of those cells which were responsible for this attack, we're going to see probably very swift action, because I can't imagine that the Bush administration is going to respond to this by saying that this is a law enforcement matter.
Bill, when you look at what has happened today, is there any benchmark? Is this the new benchmark for the intelligence failure of all time?
Oh, come on, Brian. The reality here is that we spend $30 billion a year on intelligence, and we do not have a clue. Americans should be absolutely horrified and angry today that our entire airline security system broke down, our entire counterterror organization broke down, and our intelligence establishment was sitting there at 8:59 this morning, probably looking at every country in the world, at every armed force, at every issue, and not focusing their attention on something that they should have had warning about.
This brings us back to David Stempler. David, 4 people, and perhaps more than that, got on 4 commercial flights this morning, diverted them, killed themselves and everyone on board. What does that mean to you? Have we lost David Stempler?
Brian?
Yes, David.
Yes. I don't know how we can assess this at this point. I'll tell you why. What we have and the kind of domestic airline security that we have is really set up to manage a hijacking situation using metal-type weapons, whether it's guns or knives. I talked with a security colleague this morning. What could have happened is you could have put 10, 15, 20 people on this airplane. They could have overpowered any amount of people without any guns or any weapons. But I would assume that what has happened here is that these were not the pilots, the American or United Airlines pilots. I believe that those pilots were taken out somehow.
Right.
And placed in the seats were these terrorist pilots who actually focused on these buildings. So I don't know how you deal with that kind of threat assessment at this point.
It's been theorized that because of just how these planes acted today, that it would have taken more, even than someone with a gun to the head of the pilot, to make a commercial airline pilot aim for and blow through, for starters, one of the 2 towers of the Twin Towers in New York, that they had to be overpowered and replaced, and that adds yet another dimension to what we're covering here today, that these hijackers were perhaps, some would say, were likely trained commercial airline pilots, and flying aircraft the size we're talking about today is not a skill possessed by every person walking around the face of the earth. These are the aircraft we're talking about today. The enormity of this just occurring to every American, all of us. No one has the advantage here of having a leg up on just what this means. We're talking about any one of these stories would be a complete disaster on any day. When isolated, they have all happened on the same day. American Airlines Flight 11, Boston to LAX. American Airlines Flight 77, Dulles to LAX. United Airlines Flight 175, Boston, LAX. That's the flight we've been watching. United Airlines Flight 93, Newark, New Jersey to San Francisco. We have a commercial airliner down in a small airport outside Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. An earlier report that an aircraft had crashed into Camp David has now been put down. This is a picture of the wreckage near Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. We also cannot forget that the most crushing human drama is taking place at this hour in the city of New York, where I think it can be said conservatively that the number of deaths will end up in the hundreds and thousands. The New York City mayor has indicated so much in his comments. Our own Monica Novotny is at St. Vincent's Hospital in Greenwich Village, where they are getting a huge share of the casualties in this. Monica, what can you tell us?
Well, Brian, St. Vincent's Hospital is one of the two main trauma centers in the area where victims are being taken. A spokesman came out just a few moments ago. These are the numbers that he gave us so far. 184 patients brought in. 10 of those are in critical condition. The good news is that all are alive, being cared for. However, among them, many firefighters, NYPD, one EMT worker. This also, I should point out, was a few minutes ago, and I have to say that the stream of ambulances has been steady, so I can safely say that that number is certainly well over 200 at this point. The injuries range, they say, from minor smoke inhalation to more serious debris inhalation. Also, they're seeing burns, broken bones, shock, and multiple traumas. 3 of the victims who had come in so far had coronary difficulty. We also want to tell you about the scene just outside the hospital. I've spent the morning here, and I can tell you that they have had dozens of hospital workers lining the front entrance of the hospital, which is about a block long, and they have been there all morning waiting with stretchers and wheelchairs. Now, at this point, they seem to have run out of most of that equipment, so they've actually brought down office chairs that they're just draping in white sheets to carry the victims back into the hospital as they come out of those ambulances. The ambulances are in unbelievable condition themselves. You can just imagine what the scene must look like down at the World Trade Center, because as those ambulances come in, they are completely covered, some in an inch of dust. On top, the firefighters and the emergency workers themselves are completely covered in soot. They are certainly the heroes here. Many of them we see drop off the boats. They look exhausted themselves already, but they continue to get back in and roll out to continue the work. We also want to tell you they are stressing the need for blood throughout New York City. Many people spent the morning coming down here because they heard about St. Vincent's through the media. There are, in fact, hundreds of New Yorkers online. They have now set up makeshift signs actually designating blood types around the block, and folks are standing in packs on lines there based on their blood type. But at this point, obviously, the trauma center is so focused on the victims that they can no longer take any more blood, although they say they are desperate for it. So New York City is trying to arrange buses to actually carry these people to other facilities so that they can donate that blood. But they do continue to ask people in the area to come and donate blood to whatever the nearest facility is to them. Also, they're asking doctors in the area who are off duty at this point to stay off duty, and they want them to call in or volunteer later this evening, because they say that's when they expect that there will be so many more victims and that they'll need another shift to recover the doctors that are working now. At St. Vincent's now, there are 500 physicians and nurses working. They've described the scene inside the hospital among the doctors and nurses as controlled professionalism, although the spokesman said there is certainly a sense of shock among all of the folks working inside there. Finally, Brian, they are setting up a patient information center here at the hospital. So for people who do happen to be in the New York City area, if they are looking for loved ones, they can actually come down to St. Vincent's. That's at 7th Avenue and West 11th Street, where the patient information center is being set up. And there's also a phone number for victims' families. That is 212-604-7285. Again, finally, the number for the victims' families. If you are trying to locate a loved one, you can call this number, 212-604-7285. That's the latest from St. Vincent's, Brian.
Monica Novotny, thank you for that. We believe thousands of people may be dead in New York. How many people work in the World Trade Center? The World Trade Center has more telephone exchanges inside it than the city of Detroit has, period. It is a small city unto itself, as we all learned back in 1993 during the first act of terrorism to strike those two structures. It was a seminal moment in American history. There were comparisons then to Pearl Harbor. There were comparisons following the Oklahoma City bombing to Pearl Harbor, an act of domestic terrorism. The United States has never seen, the United States has never been forced to react to what has happened today. We have perhaps thousands of dead in New York. We now know there are people who have been killed inside the Pentagon in Washington. We have 4 commercial airliners that have been hijacked and are down. Transportation within the borough of Brooklyn, which, were it a city unto itself, would be 4th largest in America, is all but impossible. It resembles the ash following a volcanic eruption. This was the scene at the Pentagon when our reporters, especially Pentagon correspondent Jim McLeshevsky, was scrambling to cover just what was going on across this country. They felt a large concussion, followed by heat and flames, and discovered that a commuter aircraft, apparently hijacked, had slammed into, there was a helicopter landing pad adjacent to the Pentagon, and apparently the pilot was either aiming for the structure or for that, but apparently split the difference. Now, we have with us a witness to that crash, and he is a familiar figure as a former host of a broadcast on this network, former aide to President Clinton's campaign and in the White House. Paul Begala is with us today, and for all the wrong reasons. Paul, what did you see? Where were you?
Brian, I was on the Boundary Channel Drive, which, as you know, runs northeast of the Pentagon along the Potomac River, alongside one of the parking lots. And I was looking over at the building and thinking about those counterterrorism folks who were going to be meeting there in the tank as I was driving to a meeting on Capitol Hill. And as I looked at the building, I didn't see any aircraft, but I saw an enormous fireball, red and orange fireball that shot at least twice the height of the building into the air. That was then followed, of course, by huge plumes of thick black smoke. 2 other men were driving alongside me, and they pulled over as I did. One of them, they were on their cell phones immediately. One of them said he thought maybe it was a chopper. And I do know there's a helipad there. I've landed on it, and I hoped against hope that it was just an accident, not an attack. Another man who was beside me was on a phone. He looked for all the world to be a trim young fighter pilot. He said, no, we're under attack. We're going to war. And he sped off into the parking lot.
Paul, it's an unbelievable day, and because of the various attacks, we throughout the day have heard broadcast reports of yet even more horrific things. We've since disproved, by the way, with apologies to our viewers, that there was ever a car bomb at the State Department. We have knocked down that there was ever a plane crash at the presidential retreat in the Catoctin Mountains, Camp David. Those stories not true. Associated Press saying right now a direct devastating hit on the Pentagon, and now reports of dead people in America's military seat of power. The fiery crash has collapsed one side of the 5-sided structure. Paul Begala, while we still have you, given your experience with one American president, we now know President Bush was put down at Barksdale Air Force Base, a secure location to say the least in Louisiana. And by the way, he has spoken to cameras. We are getting the tape to a feed point, and we'll put it on the air, obviously, the moment it comes into our hands. We have this one quote: freedom itself was attacked this morning by a faceless coward, and freedom will be defended. Paul, I imagine so many things are going on. The Secret Service is probably weighing in as to where they can and cannot take this president. I imagine there was discussion of the fact that Air Force One could refuel in midair. What has gone through your mind in terms of logistics, how to get the president, where to put him?
Well, I have to say, I think they're doing everything right. Barksdale is a secure location. It's the home for some of our long-range bombers who may one day be called into action to send over to the Middle East. We've used them in the past for retribution, so I'm sure he's perfectly safe there. I think it's wise to not bring the president back to the Capitol. While there is some element of certainly gridlock, I wouldn't describe it as chaos, but until the service is absolutely certain that they can secure Andrews and the route to the White House by air or by ground, I think it's a very smart move. We are blessed in this country with a very professional military, with counterterrorism experts in the FBI and with people in the Secret Service who are, so far as I can imagine, I saw them out in full force in downtown D.C., securing all of the main buildings and the people in them. So I have to say that the we're all, of course, worried, but I think the president is doing everything just right now.
Paul Begala, thank you for coming on, especially on top of dealing with the sight you witnessed today. And here we are looking at a picture of the skyline of Lower Manhattan, which today was changed forever. Veteran New Yorkers are used to casually glancing over and seeing the old king of the sky, the Empire State Building, and the new kid on the block that took over and transformed the lower end of what is the island of Manhattan, the World Trade Center, the extraordinary behemoth twin structures that have been so much a part of the city of New York, and they are no more. And it was pointed out today, the Woolworth building is now taller than what's left in Lower Manhattan, and it hasn't been the tallest structure in the world for many, many decades. The United States was under, for a time this morning, a fairly tightly coordinated attack in the largest intelligence breakdown in U.S. history. As one of our guests, Bill Arkin, pointed out, here we are spending $30 billion with a B dollars a year on intelligence, and this was a complete, colossal, total, and systemic failure. Every part of the organization, up and down, no excuses, end of sentence. That no one knew this was coming says a lot, and there will be much to be said about this now, of course, in the days and weeks following this horrendous tragedy. We're going to take a look at a piece of tape into us from Lima, Peru. The U.S. Secretary of State has been on the road at an OAS gathering. Here now is what Colin Powell had to say about what happened today.
A terrible, terrible tragedy has befallen my nation, but has befallen all the nations of this region, all the nations of the world, and befallen all those who believe in democracy. Once again, we see terrorism. We see terrorists, people who don't believe in democracy, people who believe that with the destruction of buildings, with the murder of people, they can somehow achieve a political purpose. They can destroy buildings, they can kill people, and we will be saddened by this tragedy, but they will never be allowed to kill the spirit of democracy. They cannot destroy our society. They cannot destroy our belief in the democratic way. You can be sure that America will deal with this tragedy in a way that brings those responsible to justice. You can be sure that as terrible a day as this is for us, we will get through it because we are a strong nation, a nation that believes in itself.
It is a terrible day in the United States of America, and this is part of the reason why. Look at the World Trade Center, one of the two towers on the right, collapsing from a point about midway while smoke billows from its surviving twin. None of us knew that a short time later the other tower would go down. There were people, and here is the stunning videotape. There were people inside both of these towers. Those people on those floors that survived the strike of two commercial aircraft earlier in the day were then in the structure when it collapsed. This is what camera people witnessed happening. Again, this followed the strike of the World Trade Center by one aircraft. And New Yorkers had no reason to believe that it was anything but a horrific accident this morning, that an aircraft had collided with the World Trade Center. But then when a second large commercial jetliner collided with the second tower. This is now the collapse of the second of the two World Trade Center towers. It has been said all morning long that this is something, a macabre scene out of some Hollywood director's imagination. Would that it were. This is very real. The skyline of the city of New York has been transformed. We have every reason to believe there are thousands dead. We are waiting to hear from President Bush, and perhaps we can take the videotape that is coming in right now just to show what it shows. We are going to hear his tape statement, and this is a tape playback. We can see his aides coming into the room now, a lot of military officials. If the control room can there, okay, this is tape coming into us raw. And President Bush made a statement on camera a few minutes ago. Here he comes. Let's listen. All right. We're obviously recuing this tape. This is how it's coming into us. This is a pooling of resources between the networks. The president spoke at this podium, and here we're going to take a second pass at it. We'll show you that the tape is coming in again, and we'll hope that this time we have audio and can hear the president. Well, here we have a second pass. No luck. We're going to keep at this until we can hear what the president had to say. This scene is playing out, as we mentioned, Barksdale Air Force Base there in Louisiana. Air Force One did take off. It got the president out of Florida. It is, while it doesn't have any offensive weapons on board, it has a defensive attack deterrent in the form of chaff that can lead missiles astray. Let's listen again.
Faceless coward, and freedom will be defended. I want to reassure the American people that the full resources of the federal government are working to assist local authorities to save lives and to help the victims of these attacks. Make no mistake, the United States will hunt down and punish those responsible for these cowardly acts. I've been in regular contact with the Vice President, Secretary of Defense, the National Security Team, and my cabinet. We have taken all appropriate security precautions to protect the American people. Our military at home and around the world is on high alert status, and we have taken the necessary security precautions to continue the functions of your government. We have been in touch with the leaders of Congress and with world leaders to assure them that we will do whatever is necessary to protect America and Americans. I ask the American people to join me in saying a thanks for all the folks who have been fighting hard to rescue our fellow citizens, and to join me in saying a prayer for the victims and their families. The resolve of our great nation is being tested. But make no mistake, we will show the world that we will pass this test. God bless.
George W. Bush speaking from Barksdale Air Force Base, a secure location near Shreveport, Louisiana. And he is trying to reassure Americans that their government is up and running, that they themselves will be safe, and he called what happened today an act of cowardice. These are the times when presidents are tested, make no doubt about it. This is the largest crisis that any American president has had to deal with since Franklin Delano Roosevelt, obviously, and this will be a time when Americans will make a very firm, gut-level decision during this day, into tonight, and on into tomorrow and the days that come, as to the capability of President George W. Bush, as he will receive the support of the American people, almost reflexively rallying around the chief executive, as has been the case anytime tragedy has struck the United States. Tragedy has not struck this country like this since Pearl Harbor in Hawaii. Let's listen now to some of those who witnessed what happened today in New York.
I heard a very low plane, which usually does happen, but when I looked up, it was like
I was actually gliding with it, and I saw it. It actually went straight into one of the Twin Towers. It was like it sunk right into the floor. It disintegrated instantly.
Can you tell us what kind of an airplane it was?
It looked like a huge 747. It was a big airline. It wasn't a small jet. It was a big carrier.
And you couldn't see anybody? Could you see a pilot or any such thing?
No, I actually was. It was like side by side. It was like I was right behind it. It was huge. I couldn't believe how low it was. I was telling my roommate, this plane is very low. And I actually saw it go straight into the Twin Towers. Like, why is he going into the building? It was like it was almost deliberately glided into the building.
Elena, where exactly do you live? Where did you see this from? Battery Park City?
No, I'm in the East Village on 13th Street.
And you then saw the plane go into the building, and I assume you saw the resulting...
You better believe it. I saw an explosion like I have never seen, and all I can say is those people, I don't know, but they're all definitely disintegrated. It was the most awful thing I've ever seen.
You could hear the rumbling. When you looked up, you could see the top of the building just fumbling. We all headed south, and you could feel the wind hitting you in the back. Because as the debris hit,
really?
I just dove under a truck. Buried in there about 45 minutes. Eventually dug my way out. And you couldn't see. For 4 blocks. I must have walked 6 blocks down.
Okay. Thanks.
I work at the Port Authority bus terminal. We got the call immediately. We heard it. We piled in our cars. We came down to the World Trade Center. We started to help evacuation. As we were evacuating number 1, I don't know what happened. I was on the terrace, which is ground level, and all of a sudden we heard the building starting to come down. And the next thing I know, I was holding on to my commanding officer, and we found ourselves on West Street. How we got out of the building, I thought I was gone. And then we were trying to get people away when the second collapse occurred, and I dove under a truck. So I don't know how I'm here.
Did you help get people out?
Yes, we got many people out, yes.
What was happening with them?
We had an orderly evacuation. There were bodies coming down, but I think they were from the aircraft. I still don't know really what happened.
Okay. All right. Now we have reports of people jumping out windows. And
that happened. But we don't know why or how, but there were people falling out of the sky.
How did you get back here alive?
I don't know.
I mean, did you bring an ambulance down? Or?
No, we walked out. Myself, my commanding officer, and 1 other police officer. We helped each other out, and then we carried a bunch of people that we found laying in the debris. It was complete darkness. We stumbled over some people. We picked them up and carried them across the street.
Now, I can't see what floors they are, but
I can't see either. My eyes are all cluttered. I have to go. I'm going to hang in as long as I can.
I was standing on the roof of the Woolworth building on the 56th floor looking out the tower to see what happened, and the next thing I did, I seen a spot in the air. Another plane came down and circled. I kind of went off a little bit, and then it straightened itself out and dove to the other side and crashed right in. And the explosion was so terrific, it looked like it had dynamite in it. The ball of fire that came flying out of that one was even worse than the first one. And we were standing there, and I said, I can't believe this. And sure enough, there it was, another plane. The plane wasn't no airline or anything. It was a twin-engine, big gray plane.
And it was indeed, we've now learned, a commercial airliner, precisely that. And let's not forget, the aircraft that hit the World Trade Center were loaded with fuel. This had been the start and not the tail end of their flight. Some of them loaded with fuel for transcontinental air travel, which can reach into the tens of thousands of pounds. Both wings, much of the fuselage, laden with fuel. These are the commercial airliners that are down. Again, any one of these flights, obviously, painfully obviously, would be a huge tragedy on any other day. Today, in the midst of all these attacks on American targets, we are talking about 4 commercial airline flights down. American Airlines Flight 11, Boston LAX. American Flight 77, Dulles LAX. United 175, Boston LAX. United 93, Newark, New Jersey to San Francisco. There will be so much discussion coming out of this today, and this is just one of those flights. Look at the severe turn it takes. This was the American Boston LAX flight. Everything was going well. This even gives us, this Flight Explorer website gives us airspeed, altitude. They were exactly where they were supposed to be for a flight out of Boston, headed on a transcontinental route, when they took this sudden turn, heading to the city of New York. And as far as the passengers knew, well, they did not know what their destination would be, only apparently that they had been hijacked. We have so much information we've yet to gather today. Communication, perhaps, between the towers and the TRACON regional flight controllers in this country, the towers at regional airports. We have a lot we don't know. Was there contact? Were all the pilots overpowered and replaced with terrorist pilots in the cockpits of these commercial flights? The sight of a commercial airliner running into the second of 2 twin towers in New York, beyond extraordinary, beyond horrifying. That is why the death toll in New York at this hour is believed to be measured in the thousands. We will be hearing from New York City Mayor Rudolph Giuliani in the next few minutes, a press conference we will bring to you live. Before then, let me go to my colleague Rick Sanchez, who all morning long has been reporting from Lower Manhattan. Rick, set the scene for us.
Right now, this is what it looks like down here, Brian. A lot of soot, a lot of ash. The closer you get to the area, the thicker it gets. A very difficult task for firefighters and some of the rescue workers who are just now starting to make their way into the rubble. They have called out all the local unions in this area. I've seen and spoken to the stagehands union, iron workers, all of them heading into the area in row with pickaxes and chainsaws. They have been waiting some time to finally go into that area to see if they can possibly extricate some of the people who may still be stuck in there. Firefighters are obviously going in with a heavy heart. Every one that I've spoken to says, those are my brothers down there, those are my colleagues. So that's the task at hand right now as they move into that area. There is also a medical triage center that has been opened over at Chelsea Piers. Originally, they had plans to have it over near the high school, but now it's been moved several blocks away as well. The situation here obviously very tense. A lot of people extremely emotional about what's going on.
Rick Sanchez, thank you for that report from New York. And for those of our viewers not in the New York metropolitan area, words almost don't do the job in describing this city in complete emergency today. There were people streaming into the streets. All they knew is they should walk north, and walk they did along venues and avenues like the West Side Highway in New York. They were being chased in some instances by this plume of dust that occurred not once but twice with the collapse of both of the towers in order of the World Trade Center. There were people praying on street corners in New York, trying to make cell phone calls, not knowing that the cell phone system had long since collapsed under its own weight and because of the outage of communications. There were people obviously walking around dazed, stunned, crying. People in New York all morning have been trying to get to their children, ensure their safety. New York City schools saying the children will indeed be safe and can only go home with a parent or legal guardian. This has brought families not only, of course, in front of their television sets, as few American tragedies have, but this has sent parents scurrying to check on the safety of their children. And the most horrifying aspect of it, perhaps, was that period of several hours this morning where we didn't know what would be struck next. I don't suppose it is fair to say that any threat has passed either at this hour, given what we have seen unfold in this nation so far today. And this is part of what we're talking about. Earlier today, 2 Navy FA-18s were seen coming down the Hudson River on patrol. This is a live picture. This is from the roof of this television network. Right now, a swept-wing U.S. Navy jet fighter is in the skies over the city of New York. In a free nation, this is not a sight people are used to. Chris Jansing, what are you seeing up on the roof?
Well, the first thing that happened, Brian, was that obviously we heard a plane overhead, and you start because of what happened earlier today. But it's almost eerie up here on the roof because we're not far. We're probably only about 10 miles southwest of us is Newark International Airport. We're used to hearing and seeing planes in a flight path over in this direction all throughout the day. We see the planes coming and going. Today, an eerie silence, and then suddenly we saw those surveillance planes in the sky over metropolitan New York. We are being told that at Newark International Airport, which of course is where one of those ill-fated planes, the United Airlines Flight 93, left from, at about 8 o'clock this morning, there are heavily armed guards. They are guarding the Port Authority offices. That's what controls Newark International Airport. They are also controlling the air traffic control tower there. We are told that those officers are on a high state of alert and they are carrying guns. Obviously, Newark, one of 3 airports here in the metropolitan area that is now shut down. And if we go back over in this direction and take the shot over my shoulder, you can see, even though we're probably a good 8 miles away from the World Trade Center, you can see the smoke that continues to billow out of lower Manhattan. We've been watching it over the course of the last 45 minutes or so. It's been changing from white to gray to black. And to give you an idea of the enormity of the disaster that has occurred in New York, hospitals all throughout New Jersey are on alert. In Hoboken, which is right across the Hudson River from what you're seeing right now at the World Trade Center, 12 people brought to the emergency room at St. Mary's Hospital, 30 more to the ER at Christ Hospital. St. Francis Hospital in Jersey City, not far from there, has taken another 20 people. And as far away as an hour from New York City, a hospital called the Robert Wood Johnson Trauma Center, that is in New Brunswick, they have doctors and nurses coming into their trauma center. They are on a state of alert. They have been told to prepare for at least 50 of the injured to come in. Now, obviously, the people who are being brought here over the river are not among the most seriously injured, although many of them have some pretty severe respiratory problems. None of their injuries is considered life-threatening. In addition, at the PATH station in Hoboken, again, directly across the river from Manhattan, there's been a triage center set up. So that's where some of the people are being brought. They're being assessed. Those who can be treated on the scene are being treated on the scene. Others are being sent to these hospitals that are on alert throughout New Jersey. Brian?
Chris Jansing, thank you from the area where this network is located. And by the way, you are watching continuing NBC News coverage here on MSNBC live throughout the day of the tragedy, the series of attacks that has taken place here in the United States today. President Carter has put out a statement calling for Americans to rally around the current president, Mr. Bush. Mr. Bush has spoken to cameras and is now on the move once again from Barksdale Air Force Base, apparently in Louisiana. And how often have we ever said this about an American president? Again, reminiscent of Dallas in 1963. His destination is unknown. The news media are not being told where Air Force One will head next. No doubt the Secret Service and the military are trying to decide the next best secure location. The Vice President and First Lady were removed by the Secret Service and taken to a secure location earlier today, as were congressional leaders, as a complete atmosphere of crisis enveloped much of the East Coast. The 2 important and large cities involved in this attack, of course, today, New York and Washington, Washington, D.C. We are joined by a witness who saw the second aircraft hit the World Trade Center towers today, Robert Harper of New York. Mr. Harper, tell me what you saw and experienced.
Yeah, good afternoon, Brian. I'm outside of the Metropolitan Hospital. I've just been released for some of the trauma associated with the smoke inhalation, and I was down below the World Trade Center when you could see the second plane circle around after the first initial blast from the first plane, and then the other plane, people were sitting around looking up. You could see, that the first plane had hit there, so people were going around trying to do whatever they could. You saw people jumping out of the 78th, 80th floor window of the World Trade Center, and then the second plane crashed into it and exploded into a ball of fire, sending debris, and everybody just began running. I started running toward the mayor's office at that point because there was debris flying everywhere. People didn't expect that to happen. People didn't understand why the plane circled the World Trade Center at that point and then just crashed right into it.
What was happening? Tell us about the scene on the streets. We were talking about people crying in the streets, praying, running through the streets of this city of New York.
Yeah, Brian, it was a complete nightmare. I mean, you saw thousands of businessmen in suits running away from the scene, people that were trying to help one another, people rallying around, victims that were on the ground. And then by the time the second plane actually hit the building, that plane exploded into the building, and the second World Trade Center exploded, and then there was debris coming down everyone. Everybody began to run immediately, and there had been some ambulances that had come to the scene, within minutes of the first accident and the first plane hitting the building. And so those people were all put in jeopardy because they were congregated down below the building. And then when the plane hit the second building, everybody below was put in jeopardy again. So it's very clear that this was well orchestrated. It was timed so that there would be the most number of casualties. There was, lots of people on the scene. The New York City marshals and police department responded very quickly to this, so they were all down at the bottom of the building. And then, the other plane and all the other debris came down. Within about 20 minutes after that, there was some feeling that they weren't sure if the other World Trade Center would continue to stand. And then about 30 minutes after that, as we were being treated on the side of the streets, they said, get up and run, because now the building itself was actually going to fall. And at that point, I was closer to the building that was located not too far from that. It was the Woolworth building, and they thought that one of the World Trade Centers would fall and hit the Woolworth building, and that was immediately in front of the mayor's office. And so everybody just began to run. There was black smoke. You couldn't see with your hand in front of your face. Everybody was covered in a complete complete soot, black everywhere. There are people, running across the Brooklyn Bridge, the Manhattan Bridge, afraid that if the Woolworth building were hit by one of the other falling World Trade Centers, that triple domino effect, would end up killing even more people.
Robert Harper, thank you very much for that firsthand account of the grisly scene in Lower Manhattan today. We have a few items here. We've been searching for why this date, why today. This date coincides with the start of the Camp David peace talks during the Carter administration. This date also coincides with the event involving Yitzhak Rabin and Yasser Arafat, who reached an agreement at the White House during the first Clinton term. Now, 8 years ago, the famous speech, the now long since assassinated Mr. Rabin, talking about his beloved land of milk and honey in Israel. But those are two dates that stand out. There is a Reuters news agency report. We're going to be very careful here because this is a nation anxious to point a finger of blame, anxious to have a villain by name per se. It's a Reuters report that is quoting an unnamed U.S. official saying some indications, reading this verbatim, people with bin Laden links behind attacks. Again, here's the quote. U.S. official says some indications people with bin Laden links behind attacks. We hesitate to pass this along. It is early. It is sketchy. Obviously, many people zeroing in, as did at least one of our on-air analysts earlier today in our programming, on Osama bin Laden, the best known, some would argue the best equipped of the major terrorists and leader of cells out there, with whom the U.S. has had much history. The bombing of the warship Cole overseas most recently comes to mind. It wouldn't hurt to repeat some facts about the World Trade Center at this point. We have this new live shot of Lower Manhattan, Woolworth Building there on the left. Who would have thought it would be the tallest structure left in Lower Manhattan this afternoon? 50,000 people work in the two World Trade Center towers. I said this earlier, bears repeating, there are more telephone exchanges in just those two buildings than there are in the entire city of Detroit, Michigan. They were completed in 1976, 110 floors each. At least one New York television station went immediately off the air when the plane hit, because the broadcasting tower still services several stations, radio and television, from the top of the World Trade Center. That is, of course, no more. Stations will have to, locally in New York, go back to using the Empire State Building, perhaps. 43,000 windows in the structures, 99 elevators, 1,350 feet tall. For a good long while, they were the tallest structures in the world before being surpassed out in Chicago. Our own Ashley Banfield is in Lower Manhattan and joins us live to set the scene there. Ashley?
Brian, I'm talking with Anthony. He's just telling me the story of what happened to him. He's looking for his brother at this time. You were in the south tower, and your brother works in the north tower. And what if emergency personnel told you? How are you trying to locate your brother?
He could be anywhere right now. And we went to Beekman, or the old Beekman. Now we're on our way to St. Vincent's Hospital.
Did they send you to St. Vincent's Hospital to try to look for lists, or what did they do?
There's no list. No one answers the phones. Nothing. Nothing at all. So we're going to walk there. My mom is waiting, and I'm going to take her to St. Vincent's.
What did you see in the epicenter when you came out of that explosion?
People. I've seen people falling. When the second explosion came, I was on the 44th floor walking from one elevator bank to the stairway, and that's when the plane hit, and all the elevator banks blew. And I went down, and people got hit with pieces of metal, pieces of glass. And that's right after they announced that, right before that, they announced number 2 building is secure. We can go back to work. And as soon as they said that, that's when the second plane hit. And we started running down the steps. And
you've not been able to call your brother's cell phone, your mother as well?
My mother's over there right now.
All right, 877 Red Cross, good luck to you. And I wish, it's Jimmy, right? Your brother's Jimmy?
Yeah, his brother's name's Jimmy. Right?
Good luck to you. This is some of the kinds of stories that we've been hearing since this happened. Brian, there is so much mayhem and so much bedlam that a lot of the police and emergency response crews have only just been able to try to secure the areas, let alone deal with so many of these casualties. I've heard the term walking casualties. We're just allowing the walking casualties to go to staging areas. I've been told there are 4 different staging areas, the largest of which is over at Chelsea Piers, which is on the Hudson River, on the west side of Manhattan Island. If you want to look past me with the camera here, you can still see the immense amounts of smoke all the way down. We've been pushed about 3 different times out of locations, moved northward from that vicinity. At the very start of the day when this happened, we were right in the epicenter where the explosion was. I'm right now covered in the debris and the dust from the explosion itself. I was hit with a cloud of debris and smoke. A producer I was working with, we at first had to kick in a door to an apartment building just to escape the cloud, because we couldn't breathe, and a police officer followed us in because he couldn't breathe, and a security guard followed us in because he couldn't breathe either. It was pitch black, and now it's just trying to establish whether it's safe enough to even get the crews into this epicenter to rescue those who might still be there, like Anthony's brother Jimmy. He says he can't find him. He has no idea where to even look for him. He was in the first tower. The other thing I want to tell you about is just earlier, this is a sort of an emergency route. They've cordoned it off, and they're allowing a lot of the emergency vehicles to run north and south through here. We saw a caravan of 5 trucks, all with medical supplies, coming right past us and heading down towards the epicenter. Again, the concern is getting those things in there. If you want to just pan up, I don't know if you can see past me. Let me get out of the way. Pan up to that big brown building where you can see most of the smoke. That is 7 World Trade Center. Apparently on the south side, that's the side that's not facing us, it's about halfway up. It's still burning pretty badly because it was rocked with a lot of the explosion from the force of the twin World Trade Centers when they came down. A large concern is what's going to happen with that brown building now, which is why we keep getting moved further and further north. You can see people down on the street moving towards us, even media who originally were allowed to have more free reign to report this story. We're being pushed out as well because there was some concern that there might be additional explosions, possibly other bombs. There was also some talk about gas, whether that was a gas explosion, a gas bomb, or perhaps just Con Ed's difficulties in dealing with some of the natural gas here. We're not sure yet. Very, very difficult to get the emergency crews to give us this information because obviously they've got a very big problem on their hands, just trying to get people out of here and then of course deal with not only those who are still trapped possibly, but those who are injured. Apparently down this street here, and we're on West Broadway and Worth Street. There's another staging area where some of the victims are being taken as well. Ambulances have been coming and going, and we've seen a lot of city buses. We've seen Port Authority. We've seen just about any kind of organization getting involved in this tragedy to help out. Port Authority workers serving as traffic police. We've seen New Jersey police officers and fire and rescue teams coming in as well. We've been told that every county surrounding the New York area, as well as the surrounding states, have sent in emergency crews as well. Let me hear what they're saying. Sir, what's the situation at this time? Do we know anything more about other bombs?
Right now, we don't know anything right now.
And where are you being told to move people?
Yes, we are. So everybody, because right now we're worried about third building right now.
You're worried about which building?
Third building, which might be the American Express building.
Is it this brown building right here?
I don't know if it's the other side of the brown building right now.
And what's the concern with it? It's, we've heard it's on fire on the other side?
Fire on the other side, which might cause the building itself to fall over and knock that building down. We also have to worry about the gas leaks and everything.
Gas leaks. Now, what about the emergency personnel who are on the scene? Are they safe? Are they still trying to tend to the wounded, or are you getting all the emergency personnel out of the epicenter?
Basically, what you hear is what we hear also. Right now, nobody's told us anything.
And are you serving as traffic now, just trying to keep people out?
Clear people out. God forbid something happens. We don't want nobody, no more injuries or whatever.
Yeah. And how about your fellow officers? Do you know other fellow officers who were in there?
No, we don't. No, we don't. Right now, we're in the dark just like you are.
Thanks very much. I appreciate it. Appreciate it. There you go. I think that's probably best reported right from the officer's mouth. They're in the dark too, and that's what I've been hearing from almost every police officer that I've stopped to talk to. Brian, tell me anything, and they're told all I know is what I'm being told, to move people.
All right, Ashley Banfield, thank you for that live report from Lower Manhattan, just blocks away from where the explosions took place after, again, both World Trade Center towers struck by hijacked commercial aircraft earlier today. Now, as you heard, the concern has to do with the American Express building. We're talking about the area down by the World Financial Center in Lower Manhattan. You see in the foreground the building with the four-sided green top. That is the American Express headquarters, one of two buildings that went up really during the run-up of the 80s, Wall Street, back when names like Shearson Lehman really ran things in Lower Manhattan, and the World Financial Center went up there. Across the street, so to speak, from the World Trade Center, the Trade Center towers collapsed in on themselves, and for that, we are fortunate. Thousands of New Yorkers are fortunate, but thousands have not made it, it is guessed today. People whose only sin was showing up for work this morning will not come home tonight. This is new videotape of the collapse of one of the towers at the World Trade Center. Just into us. Ashley mentioned that one of the staging areas, one of the triage areas, is nearby a relatively new structure called Chelsea Piers in the Chelsea section of New York, a converted commercial shipping pier. NBC News producer Alice Ree